勝負は波じゃないぜ明日のパワーに負けたら最後未来が闇に閉ざされる愛する友の眼差しが倒れるたび傷つくたび俺を強くするルール破りのジャッ悪の超人さあお遊びはここまでだラスト5秒のファイヤー逆転ファイター俺は炎の筋肉マン MUSCLE マッスル MUSCLE マッスル 3, 2, 1ファイヤー
Alright folks, good morning. It is October 1st and properly spooky month now, so how could we not continue our Spirit Hunter adventures into Deathmark 2? Hey Wither! Theme appropriate for spooks. You freak out if you saw your face right now, really? Is it the long and haggard face of a man who has spent a day well rested? Sort of a sepulchral look, as if you had just moved the stone away from your tomb. I gotta get it back around to the first Deathmark game at some point, since I streamed that so way back when I wasn't yet in the habit of saving VODs. So that one is worth doing a remix at some point. Spirit Hunter NG, we played last year, and that was pretty fun, seeing how all the other spooks were wrapped around different folkloric things. Oh, Wither, I proper fuck just had This is good news then, Wither! Your eye might be a horror show, but if you just had surgery, that means that things are gonna be on the mend, right? And filled with sulfur hexafluoride gas. That's progress? Because I recall that your eye was not having good time before, but this means that once it all heals up from this, you'll be good again? Because if so, that is the news I'm excited for. Cannot access additional content until I finish the game. Press A. There's no way out of my mouse. That's kind of funny. Is this set up for... I could put brightness to the negatives. Oh, that could be fun. 100 max for volume. Gore level. On normal, the grotesque visuals and horror scenes will be blurred. Less. Normal. Oh, that's it? Normal or less? Normal. Jump scare level. Decrease the amount of jump scares for those with weak hearts. Change the setting to none to enjoy the story. There's an advanced option Y, but I'm on keyboard and mouse. Start to save and... Should I be playing this visual novel with the gamepad? Is this gonna be like a high-stakes thing here? Sadly, rather than vitreous detachment, which would be benign, everyone by about 60. Is there a missing message there? Was retinal detachment very bad? Oh. I think I've only heard rumors of the possibility of retinal detachment in like stand-up comics way back in the 90s. It sounds like a pretty frightening thing. But surgery good, right? I'm gonna keep the jump scare level to normal. Causes blindness, seeks ophthalmologist immediately. Which you did though, yeah? You had the issue? You set up your appointment? You went, was it Tuesday? Went Tuesday, you've come back reporting surgery. And so that means that long-term eye health is back on the schedule, right? Resolution is good. Input, alright. Input device is not an Xbox controller. Confirm, investigate is enter. Cancel, go back. Hide window and talk. Oh wait, you know what? Early on you were told seems fine. Oh no, Wither. That means you had... But it wasn't too much delay, was it? Waited for longer than it should have when it got worse. I'm sorry to hear that that appears to be something of a universal constant throughout the world. No matter how good the healthcare system robustness could be, there's always a risk that some doc or whatever is gonna say, you're fine. Until it turns out very much, no, it is not. Maybe I should play this by gamepad. Because I do recall Zokubun playing this ages ago, back when they streamed more regularly. And because I did play Deathmark 1, I didn't want to spoil myself, so I just periodically pop in, redeem one of her thorough pulls, redeems, and then would just lurk for a while. There's some actual, like, back and forth movement to this, isn't there? Like, not actual platforming. So maybe we will do gamepad. They checked, saw no signs of detachment, wasn't exactly wrong, but should have communicated somewhat more clearly. I suppose the big question then is, since you have reported on having just come back from surgery, does that mean that despite the delay, is this a situation wherein the delay made the problem worse than it should have been, but with the power of surgery and a whole lot of recovery afterwards, you should be back on the path of being comfortable with the vision you enjoyed before? Or is this... Odds are good the loss of vision be minimal, but likely some. I guess for now, that's a good outcome. Like, some loss of vision is expected for most people as they get older. Like for me, I've already got some thick glasses, they're only going to get worse from here. My great-grandma had glaucoma, so it's very likely that at some point I'm probably going to inherit some worsened eye problems too. In many ways, it's simply the path of aging. And so if you had that scary issue, that retinal detachment that was sat on for too long, and now you have an outcome where there'll be some vision loss, but also some restoration, in that case, Whether, I am happy for you. I think that is a fair enough compromise. Basically, I'm glad to see that you're able to get that looked at and touched on. even if it's just plugging in a future problem for now. Looks like a horror show surgery went through with a white, thin tube. Believe it. The surgery's all about going into the body, and that is very rarely pretty after all. When I had to help my boyfriend out with his top surgery recovery, it felt gorier afterwards, honestly, with all the caretaking for it.
死人が死を宣告する。発端は数週間前に起こった生徒の失踪だった。失踪の前日、学園の掲示板に奇妙な手紙が貼られていたという。
That's a bit more than a strange notice. That's a bloody sickle.
リボンへ、今夜花子がお前を殺す。私は見ている。学園に紛れ、親愛なる死人。しかしそんな手紙は警察の調べでは見つからず、生徒の行方も未だに分かっていない。
I do like how the narration has voice acting. That's less work for my throat.
花子は学校のトイレに出る幽霊に違いない。失踪した生徒はきっと花子に殺されている。死人は学校にいる誰かかもしれない。
The idea of the departed kind of gives me another bias.
死の宣告が学園に届く。死を告げる死人の影。それは学園を。
But hopefully, whether the recovery goes well for you, get all the rest you need, man, and all the help you need if you need it.
ある男が学園へとやってきた。果たして死人とは怪異なのか、それとも。
Hey, it's our main character dude from the first game. Interesting factoid, the vitreous humor, the jelly bit in your eye, necessary for eye development in the womb, really? After birth is superfluous. You're wondering how they would work a retina around it? Straight through, suck the fucker out. Ugh. Well, I have never experienced such a thing before. My eyes shriveled just reading that. Oh, it's not all narrated though, just for cutscene. Student on left. Oh, she's not so bad. She looks lovely. Turns itself into a human to kill us. This sounds like kind of an Among Us situation. The departed could be anyone. Apparently, the reputation of the anime Another has dropped within recent years. It's kind of a situation where, when it was new, it seemed really spooky, but in retrospect, it's kind of goofy. Especially with some of the... what was it? The contrivances, the silliness of the scenarios. But it's not a bad premise. Someone in your class is actually dead, you don't know who. I gotta rewatch that, because that was actually kind of a not bad show. But then again, it's October now. And this anime season is stacked. Your eye will now be full of clear liquid that the eye usually uses to lubricate and rinse inside, but only after the gas in there is displaced over a month. Vision's blurry as heck at the moment. Gas is a refractory index that's way wrong for the structure of the eye. So the blurry vision is also sort of mirrored, kind of. That's honestly, as uncomfortable as that all sounds, that also sounds pretty cool, not gonna lie. But if it's displaced over a month, that's not too long at least. Weird, but is interesting. Yeah, it is. It's kind of like, thankfully, this isn't anything life-threatening, and this is a part of the recovery, so it's a good thing in its discomforts, but it's kind of, it's weird, but a cool weird. They're always picking on the one out of place. Isn't that how it goes? The undead nail that stands tallest gets hammered down. And of course they tease each other over it. There's a departed thing that disguises itself as human. Possibly killed our classmates before. But hey, it could be you next. You're in hospital for monitoring, in case it doesn't work out right. Well, here's hoping it does go well. You had estimated earlier that the odds are good, right? So I'll be hoping for you, Wither. Grades totally determine who the ghosts are going to haunt next. That could mean, Protagonist Kun, that these rumors are simply that. If they're joking so lightheartedly about it and then drifting off into popular culture, maybe there's not ghosts this time. Maybe some students are just depressed and forced by pressure of the lives they live in into unfortunate things. I would say, imagine a story where you think it's gonna be spooks, but every single time it turns out to be mundane. But there's an anime about that the previous season. That was exactly that. Post-war, early Showa Japan, where some writer is working in a high school, and of course everyone is super superstitious. And every rumor that happens, they assume it's something nefarious, and every single time it's just somebody. Sulfur hexafluoride, good choice for gas to put in the body. Either fucking run or extremely inert for fluoride. Getting sulfur hexafluoride to react with anything requires enormous energy. Oh man, and here I've been putting on all these calories again, that's super energy dense. Man in coat. They're not giving him his name, not to spoil the first death mark too much. But I forgot what his name actually is, since it's been so long. And Spirit Hunter NG follows a different group entirely. Furnace levels. Damn. An unusual, but not unexpected amount of heat. Does that mean then that some people might have to have a lifestyle adjustment in more ways than just recovery if, say, they work among high levels of heat then. Sudden thought. Chapter 1.
一生シミと紛れ
Hey, got an achievement just for starting the chapter, not even for finishing it. Gonoehara Academy. Man, this is just like playing Kara no Sojo all over again. Mystery games in girls' high schools where people are likely to die. And how big is this school? My school never had a guide map. Let me see. The 1 to 12 school that I grew up in didn't have a guide map. The high schools in California didn't. JC. I think the only school I ever went to that had a map was my university. And that was only even at one entrance, not even any of the other ones. You're gonna go back to listen to audiobooks? Only one eye and tiny screen is annoying. Oh, Wither. You have a very good recovery, alright? I'm hoping the process goes smooth for you, that you come out good at the other end. So good luck to you too, man. Get all your rest. They have the boob lights. Headmaster Konoe. He named the school after himself?
Yare yare.
Konohara Academy really did give it its own name. What's your name again, huh? Is this my chance to input what my name is? My name is ... It is my chance to name myself. Choose a protagonist surname. For once, gamepad input isn't working with the keyboard. I do use a keyboard. So, we know that how this worked in the first Deathmark game is that you chose your name and appearance at the beginning. But you were playing as someone who was amnesiac, and you got your name back at the end. If this takes place after, then he's very clearly got his memory back by now. So is he going off an alias? So what should our surname be? Kurinsu as your surname? Yeah. We'll go with that. Winnie, Guinea. Is my name Guinea Purinsu? You can't change this afterwards. I guess I'm stuck with it then.
Yoshi.
Both he and I will be rolling off an alias. We also don't get the chance to adjust the appearance any. I think that in the first game, it was really just down to glasses, no glasses, scruff, no scruff. So was it a major difference? Diamond. Not an exorcist. Don't lie, Guinea. What if it's a prequel and that's why he's downplaying his exorcismal abilities? Yeah, he solves supernatural cases, there's a whole game about it. And I'm pretty sure that even in Spirit Hunter NG, he was implied to be one of the contacts. So it is after then. That's definitely hinting to the events of the first game. And you notice this afternoon? Let's get our first clue. The Departed's notice, covered in bloody fingerprints. Heard it's mold, not a bloodstain. It could be the ghost, the first ghost of the first game was Hanako, right? Who was involved with, who was associated with flowers. So if there's a ghost associated with mold, I could see it leaving moldy fingerprints. Maybe the ghost was a student who was murdered and left in the crawl space, and the moldy fingerprints is a mold that grew over its shriveled corpse. Dear pianist, Hanako will kill you tonight. I'm watching, hiding in the school. Your beloved, the departed. Notice for pianist. Maybe this one is mundane if they're putting threatening notes that happen to vanish. The student named in it. If it was addressed to Ribbon, then let's do some pattern searching. This one's addressed to pianist, I can kind of figure that out. How was a previous victim associated to Ribbon? Or that'll make him freak out more if the school is taking it so seriously that they hired a professional exorcist. I don't know about that. If they're already blaming the ghosts, I don't think this one guy came in, saw nothing, and left is gonna be good enough to assuage their fears. Go along with him tonight. Is it gonna be our first companion? These games always have a cast of companions you could investigate with. Is this going to be my first chance to navigate as the game does it here? Infirmary, library, student council room, don't find anything unusual. Look, I'll take an unseasonably cold autumn. Given how last October was so super hot that my brain was melting out of my ears, I was playing Spirit Hunter NG. It's a cool October now after too hot in August. So, I'm hoping that we keep it cold. Yeah, that's why I'm wearing a sweater here, Konoe. Yeah, he's not gonna pay that teacher overtime. His old bones. Is this foreshadowing? It turns out there is no Seizo Konoe. Or at least there hasn't been since Showa 23. This is the old headmaster that the school was named after. And in the morning, they'll be like, "What call? Nobody called you out, sir." The pacing is pretty quick. We're already into the first investigation. Previous couple of games, there's a little bit more of like knowing the character. Look at that! We do get a little side-scrolling section. First year classrooms. Movement tutorial. Directional buttons or L stick to move around. I think I'll use my D-pad. B to run. Arrow symbols will appear when I approach doors, stairs, the end of the path. Directional button in the direction of the arrow to move to the new area. Event log access will start. You start when I cannot press right trigger or press the wrong button. What does that mean? There's a 30 on me and a 28 on the headmaster. Menu, strength, intelligence, dexterity, spiritual power. There's weight, a favorite bag, Prince's favorite item, large branded leather shoulder bag from Europe, can hold a plethora of items. Plus 1% to execution rate in suspensive acts. Gift from sister. So we have equipment and percentage effects. In previous games, these statistics were mostly just flavor. Which characters have more or less spiritual sensitivity? Who had more bronze to them, who had more intelligence. But it never actually really mattered in the game, it was flavor. Quartz tie pin, Konoe's favorite item, a tie pin made of pure silver with a clear crystal attached at the base. Rumored to have protective powers, +2 spiritual power. Right, what he said. He's actually Masamune Kujo, head of the famous Kujo family, but now goes by an alias. What if he were to put his actual name in then? After a bizarre case a few months ago, he was dubbed by an occult magazine the Spirit Doctor. Witty, well-educated, well-connected, and quite well off. Spirit files. Notice the note's murderer and their target. Since the murderer's name is Hanako, leads students to believe the spirit in the urban legend, Hanako of the toilet. Checks for details. Cool. Alright, guess all I can do is go then. We could consult with X. As in, it's a thing that's over there, but I can't do it. Right trigger for log. Or I could use start. I could beat a run. Oh, what's this?
Yoshi.
Darkness spread outside the window. Back to the hallway. So, we're probably gonna get chase sequences, aren't we? I feel like this is a game that's going to want me to run to one classroom door, duck inside, hide for a bit. Hello? She's got a mark on her face. A death mark, maybe? If the investigation point is a person, a conversation will start. Bye, lady.
ここ
誰ですか
Black-haired girl. She's got a unique portrait, and she's got a mark on her face. This is either going to be our first high schooler companion, or the ghost. A mark on her left cheek, a mysterious mark. A death mark. Student council doing an investigation of her own, perhaps. Himiko Dorio. If she's with the student council and the headmaster recognizes her, maybe not a ghost. Or we could learn from Himiko. We could chat, discuss topics, or stop talking. Choosing this option allows you to ask about the topics I have obtained. We'll ask about the departed. Roaming around the school, issuing death notices. Objection! Hold it! There's a contradiction. They weren't killed, they committed suicide. Amend the court record. No one is dead, they simply ran away from home. Oh no way, that is called a cover-up. Bobbed hair and a red skirt. Now, when you say she usually appears in the school restrooms, according to the rumors or as a matter of habit that you guys have witnessed? Oh, she gets nervous by the supernatural. Then what is she doing at school late at night? Chat. Looking for Izumi. What happened to Izumi? Two members of the student council are in the movie, or are in the school at night. Hey, I'm P83. T for 2, 2 for T. T for 3, now that we have the headmaster of the school and someone from the student council in the same room here. You'll discover topics of conversation during the course of investigation. That way we'll have more things to ask when conversing with people. Toshiko Izumi. Tea for 40. That's as many as 4 10s. I might be able to fit 40 servings of tea in this cup. Didn't return even after school closed. Maybe he went to the game center, it's alright. He's neither in the new building nor the special building. Also, Wempy, congrats on all those Girl from Gunmakai victories. Hesitant to answer. The last thing he said was a love confession, and she said no, and that's why he's missing now. You made Jizo your servant. Technically, isn't Jizo the servant of all wayward children and lost hikers or something? He looked pale before he left? Why would I not believe that? The departed is calling me. Oh, he's dead. We're gonna find Izumi's corpse. So if I reuse a topic, I won't get new information on it, it seems. Seems that's all I can get out of her. Yeah, leave this to the student council. The student council will handle the supernatural in their own school. The Jizo protects the spirit of children passed away. I think that is actually a plot point of the story of Girl from Gunmakai. Since the game isn't made out of whole cloth, it does reference the light novel. I had somebody in my chat when I was secrets hunting who was a whole lot more familiar with the game and with the story. And so, especially for the Stage 0 secret boss, where it's giving all that story in the sidebar as you're chasing after the bird in the background, and it's showing all those images of the breaking Jizo statue, and it's showing like the ghostly things, right? Yeah, the mural of children running. I think it relates to that. I think that even the blue rival is one such wayward child. I can't remember. That Gunmakai fan was nice enough to try to offer up some details. And like, that's kind of why the blue rival is giving you such a hard time. We gotta get that work translated into English at some point. Or at the very least, have it become popular enough that synopses are available online. Because now I really want to know the story. We already get like a small amount of story, right? In which the gods of Gunma are agitated, and Coatl, you must go out from South America to the last unknown discovered place in Gunmakai to quell their agitation. And then hooray, you've quelled their agitation after basically going on vacation and eating all the specialties. I'm sure there's more to the story than that. You know, we gotta get more of the story than we got in the game. Now we get the consult option. Party chat. You can speak with your party member by pressing X. Talk with members of your party. Yield new clues. Himiko Dorio added to the character file. Alright, menu first. Let's get the new character file. Himiko.
事件解決のために協力します。
She even has her own voice actor. She's gonna be a continuing character if they gave her a unique portrait and voice acting. Second year at Konihara. And terrified of ghost stories. The area where boys be forbidden to enter. He's gonna be in the girls' bathroom, isn't he then? Okay, does it on new stuff. We'll check all the classrooms on our way to the girls' locker wherever he's going to be. What if there's gonna be any disadvantage to running? If there's stealth segments, you probably don't want to run unless you're being chased by something. But then I have to wonder if there's any such thing as stamina in the game. A stab wound on the board. Main entrance. Students, please avoid loitering at the school. Head home as soon as classes are over. Get out of here, you punks! The female restroom. The male restroom. The stairs. No need to go to either the second or third floor at the moment. Not until you finish investigating everything else, apparently. The music room. Well, let's check the bathrooms.
Yoshi.
I look dead inside. Is that also foreshadowing?
Yoshi.
Yush. I could go in the stalls.
ここ
Ooh. Alright, let's go explore inside the toilet stall with our new headmaster buddy. First person investigation. Move the cursor around using directional buttons with the L stick and press A to inspect investigation points. And B to leave. Toilet? Flusher's got nothing. Toilet paper roll dispenser's got nothing. It's funny how the toilet in Spirit Hunter NG could be explored in your apartment at any moment. From the very start, and throughout the entire game, nothing goes on with the toilet until the very end, where still nothing goes on with the toilet. They give you that unique room with unique art. just to unnerve you because nothing ever happens there. Hmm? Okay. The boys' bathroom has nothing. Is he gonna be in the ladies' room? A place forbidden to men and boys. Is the headmaster's intuition correct? That because the student council student we spoke to earlier is too straight-laced, she cannot imagine the possibility that Izumi might be in here. Would it not be inappropriate to enter this place? It's after hours for one. It's the headmaster and his little investigator trying to find a missing student. Don't worry about it. Nobody will find out. He's making it sound pervy that way. Oh, do we have our first haunt? Something lurking in here. Am I going to have to run? Is this going to be my first chase sequence? How could I get every other NPC in Splinter Cell to act like Seizo Konoe right now? The light suddenly goes out. It's just the lights. They're always going out like that. Makes it so easy to sneak around. We're not being haunted, huh? Shotomate. This is how you know he's a true professional, actually bringing a flashlight to the spooky game. I like how the water going through the plumbing sounds like a low growl. Investigating in the dark. Use your trusty flashlight when investigating in the dark. If you discover an investigation point in the area illuminated with a flashlight, yeah, same stuff. Stall, stall, stall. And this closet door.
ここは
Cool. So in the boys' bathroom, the cleaning cupboard is such a mess, everything's about to fall over. In the girls' bathroom, the cleaning cupboard is very neatly organized. Isn't that how it goes? There's a pen!
よし
Oh, there's even red writing on the wall. It's evidence. When items are found at a spirit's hideout, they are tied to the spirit. Even a seemingly ordinary marker like this can be a clue. Church bell celebration gong for the red marker. Toilet, spotless. Disgusting, annoying, just die already. Is that this sort of flushing? Oh, we got a hue shift. He's taken psychic damage. The toilet suddenly flushes. And he lost 2 HP from that. That's not TikTok talk? Or, sorry, unalive already. Give it back. She wants the pen. She wants the pen back. I've taken her pen, and so she can't write on the wall anymore. The cat essential for stupid? I can understand the origin of it, because the reason people do in the first place is because on TikTok and elsewhere you might get, not quite shadow banned, but you might get your visibility dropped if you use certain unfriendly words that the platform doesn't want promoted. And so that's why people use creative euphemisms like that, or often put emojis instead of the word in the captions to get around the platform censorship. It's a way for them to talk about a thing that the platform doesn't want talked about all that much. Where it becomes a problem is when it starts spreading outside the platform. People just posting on Blue Sky, chatting in Discord, and then it gets silly. Spirit and damage. They could eat an eggplant. I should. I haven't bought eggplant ever since moving here. My regular rotation of groceries has been lots of spinach, lots of mushrooms, carrots, potatoes, rice, and then chopping all that up into whatever I'm cooking. With some frozen peas, frozen green beans, frozen broccoli, frozen corn, because it's frozen. I can keep it forever and just cycle it in, keeps the nutrients. You've only eaten eggplant once? I've had it a fair bit as a kid, I think, since Dad liked making things like eggplant, zucchini, and whatnot. He wasn't a very good cook for it, so there were lots of foods that, growing up, I simply thought I hated, and then as an adult, either going to restaurants and having it in a professional cook setting, or making something on my own, I realized, wait, this doesn't taste bad at all. This isn't bad at all. Just my dad's cooking was. Though apparently Brussels sprouts have become less bitter with time. So that's probably more on the plant itself than him. Can take spirit damage during these times. Keep an eye out for how much spirit you have, and make sure not to let it reach 0. Okay, I thought I heard a double swish swish. I skipped the if I run out of spirit, the investigation will come to an end, or worse, you'll die message. It's a really spiritual phenomenon. We've only investigated the one toilet. Let me check out the rest. Other toilet spotless. Final toilet. Also clean. Of course, the one furthest back would be the one that matters. I'm a little Oh, music room. Pianist is who it was addressed to. My friend looks a bit smug. That is a brand new headmaster to the school. I think he's smug because this is the Konohara school, and he's Konoe himself. Somehow he has the exact... His name is half the name of the school. I feel like there's gotta be a connection there. There's no way it would just be a coincidence. We should have checked the music room first. It was right over there. But I figured now check the bathrooms instead. And now it's gonna be too late and Izumi's gonna be dead. Now, Konoe. I've seen the latest season of Dandadan. Those portrait of old European composers are gonna come to life and start shooting musical notes at me. Did we use the word piano? Sound of the piano reverberates. Konoe says I didn't hear anything. Where's the music room? Right ahead. Nobody's here. There's no possible way you've heard the piano. I don't think I ever mentioned piano to him. I already suspected this guy must have been a ghost. But then again, we spoke to one of the students, the second-year student from the student council, and said, your headmaster is right here behind me. I'm pretty sure that if he wasn't, then she wouldn't have felt so at ease. You think he got caught too, MP? I just want to suss the guy from the start. I think it'd be interesting if it turns out he's a ghost, and nobody actually called me over, but the ghost luring me into a trap. But I don't think this is the case. I think that's maybe more oversight, maybe more the implicit nature of the language. My ... must have been... I don't know. Because the game's not afraid to have characters vocalize every single thought in their head. Not just this series, but VNs in general. Kind of pad out the timing that way. But then again, it's also a detective game. It's a spooky detective game, so maybe the fact that we never mentioned the piano was important. He is pretty suspicious in general.
これは
Maybe he heard the piano. Maybe that's what the spook is. He heard the piano, and he's like, I didn't hear anything, you heard no piano, not because he is a spirit himself, but because he doesn't want to investigate scary things. Locked. Izumi's hiding behind the locked door then.
何かね
Detailed investigation. I may be able to conduct a detailed investigation to inspect it more thoroughly and use items. And times that I could even use special actions. I like how that's very clearly a portrait of George Washington behind the piano. Famous musical composer of his era. The lid is open. Brilliant observation, Guinea. I could flick the piano, I could item the piano. You like the visuals, MP? The Spirit Hunter series is known for some really good visuals, distinctive character art, but especially the ghosts themselves. What item could I use here? The notice for the pianist. The pen. Miles Edgeworth investigation vibes. That's a good vibe to have. I only played the... What was it? It wasn't even the first game that was released in English, right? Was it the first or second one? Either way, there was one game that was released in English for the DS, and that's the only one I played. But I'm pretty sure now that little sub-series is also in a collection on Steam. Capcom's been very good about bundling up the Ace Attorneys and related medias and putting them on Steam in recent years. We both got psychic damage and portraits fell down. We played music so bad the pictures had to fall off. Can we examine further this way? Still locked? The door won't open. One portrait hasn't fallen off, but there's also a note on the floor. Please stop playing, you're horrible, I'll leave the school. If he just promises to stop playing now.
Yoshi.
Oh, there's a bulletin board. I didn't even notice that. Attention brass band club members, notice of change of lead. We'd like to inform you that the pianist for the recital of our school song at the upcoming ceremony has been changed. Previous, Hanako Akai, 2B. New, Toshihiko Izumi, 2C. Hanako. Sensei. You didn't mention that there was a Hanako that wasn't the Hanako of the toilet. Was that the student who went missing? I think I recall that being an Akai. Wasn't it? A student goes missing. Then a new notice. And then Izumi, who was set to replace her, is now also missing. Izumi is a pianist. Just a Okay, Konoe. You've already had one student go missing. Expand your mind here. Even assuming, right? Assuming he's correct that it's not ghosts. Then somebody is targeting his students. If it's mundane, that's even worse. And then he dies. Heart attack. Is this where you find out that the headmaster actually is a ghost? He's been possessing this body the whole time. He can barely breathe, his heart is racing. Maybe it is spiritual phenomena that his untuned mind cannot handle as well as ours. Forget brandy, just want to drink some water. Infirmary in the special building. You can check descriptions of an item. Alright, we've done that already. Try to read the description of any item that has the word details on it. So that's just an excuse for us to go to the next building over without investigating the rest of this one. Haven't gone behind that locked door. We haven't gone upstairs yet. No need to go to either the second or third floor at the moment. What if Izumi's up there? What if there's other students? If I go to details, it's just going to show me the words I read before, right? Yeah. Character file. We've also got level. We're level 1 right now. I can't imagine that we're going to be able to grind experience and levels in this game. That's just gotta be a measure for the pacing of the story, isn't it? I could use the bumpers to swap around. We have more strength than the headmaster, but he's got more dexterity and more intelligence. But we have him beat on strength and spiritual power. I can't believe this old man is both stronger and smarter than us, or more dexterous and smarter than us. His tie pin gives him spiritual power of +2. He'd be at 7 without it. We don't get to spend enough time outside. I do have my favorite bag, that is true. It gives me +1 rate. Izumi! That's him in the corner! My infirmary didn't have a skeleton in the corner. I mean, my school didn't even have an infirmary. Record my progress first. We get the save tutorial. Your spirit will automatically recover when you go back to the infirmary. For this chapter game, or does the entire game take place in the school then? Can obtain a lot of information by conversing with others. Don't forget to save when you're ready to stop playing. Well, let's talk first, that's all we can do. Finally break time? Oh, I guess it is, bye. Your elementary school had a Skelly MP. A fake or a real one? We'll chat with them first. Chatting could sometimes open up new topics. The previous headmaster's collapse. We thought it was simply a scandal. Since one student goes missing, police chide the previous headmaster for the note disappearing, and then this guy takes over. So I thought it was simply the old master steps down. But he's collapsed. Previous headmaster collapsed. This one practically has a heart attack in the music room. Maybe the headmasters are also being targeted. Maybe the headmaster had failed this ghost at some point in the past, and now there's a grudge. I do like how the official portrait for the character does have glasses. I'm pretty sure in the first game he could have gone glasses or no glasses. And of course I like to put glasses on the characters I play as. Detachable heart and lungs. That's pretty fun. The most fun I've had with school skeletons is in my first year of college. Doing some lower level classes, doing all the introduction to classes. I had a physical anthropology lab, and part of that was examining various skulls, right? Fake ones, of course. Human skulls, primate skulls, little baby infant skulls. So you could like find different ways of telling the species apart, the different physical markers, the different age markers, like how fused or unfused different bones are. And as my instructor was collecting the skulls, she was like, "Wait a minute, I'm one short. Who still has a child's skull?" And I hold up the adult skull, and I shake it, and it starts rattling, because we're allowed to take, like, the top parts off the skulls and open it up to save little things inside. I was like, oh, that's grim. Just having the baby skull rattling inside the adult skull. Hanako? There's 2 Hanakos, it's not just the toilet one. No, Konoe. I think it's the other missing student, it's Hanako Akai. Konoe hasn't played either of the previous Spirit Hunter games. Usually it is another spirit making other spirits attack, but it tends to be a spirit inhabiting a doll so far. Are we going to be 3 for 3 in pretty girl dolls that are spiritually possessed and low-key have a crush on the protagonist? Not the special building or the new building. Are there any other buildings in the school? The old building. Anime and anime games love the idea that there is simply an entire old building on school grounds that isn't used for anything anymore but has never been demolished. And so the floorboards are all creaky, the classrooms are Showa retro chic, and the doors always get stuck. And nothing ever happens there except for hauntings or the older students getting up to some repurposed as a storeroom, the entire old building. Given recent events, oops. What's happened in the old building? You fucked up now, Konoe. No comment. Alright, we're gonna check out the old building next. Oh, it's gotta be the old building. That's exactly, yeah. The 2 guineas are in sync. Door in the front of the music room to the corridor. Get my save in. How many saves do we get? Is this gonna be like a spreadsheet file and it just goes on indefinitely? They let me have 99 whole saves. I have a flashlight. And a red marker now. Exorcist Union. The rules are strict. If you're not part of the guild, you don't get to use those. Your brain wants to read Purinsu as Pantsu so badly. Sorry, MP. But I'm flattered to know that I'm inspiring those thoughts. A knife! The man's bringing a knife to school. Just how bad is student violence in Japan? Is this a battle royale situation? Grandfather founded the school. Well, there you go. I knew this guy was a pedigree. I knew that it wasn't coincidence that Konoe is headmaster at Konoehara. Obtain Konoe's knife. $190. Let's run. Just two old men grunting as they run. This is worth exploring. Is there stamina? Will they eventually stop? Or could I just have them do shuttle sprints up and down the hallway forever? We're grinding up their dexterity stats. The way the hand goes back and suddenly jumps to the front. I could see that. They don't exactly have a lot of frames of animation for it. It's kind of stylized. And no, I pressed the wrong button. I didn't want to go in. Kind of stylized in that way. The low frame counts for the characters themselves. The friend knew precisely. It's kind of an animation shortcut that, because there's bigger gaps in the frames of animation for my arms. It makes it feel like I'm pumping my arms faster. And because there's less distance in the frames of the others, he's putting off a slower effect. He's not pumping his arms as fast as I am. But yeah, looks like no stamina, looks like no penalty. Maybe it's down to the noise I make. Maybe it's going to be I'm easier for ghosts to discover if I run. We got a flashlight, old man. It's alright. That sick pulling out the flashlight animation. So when's it gonna be? When's our first jump scare going to be? There's a clock tower. So we got a main building, a special building, an old building, a path that goes out to the sports field, and a whole clock tower. Maybe the entire game does take place in this one school. First? What are we firsting? Oh. No, I wouldn't count the piano as a jump scare. When this game does jump scares, it's things like little faces in the corner of the screen where if you glance at it, it goes ah, up in your face. Or maybe you're just glancing around somewhere and then a face just goes woo. Like a proper jump scare. Izumi? My piano playing was that bad that his head is still ringing. And you see, Headmaster, if we didn't come this way, we wouldn't have found him. No, you're coming with us, young man. We're getting you off of school grounds and sending you straight home. Though as we learned from Spirit Hunter Renji, curses and spirits can follow you home, so that's going to get him killed even faster, I'm sure, if we don't solve this tonight. Press him for details. Tell him about Dorio. Ask about the departed. She was student council president. Last time the headmaster just said she's part of the student council. He's not responding to student council president Dorio looking for him. He's not responding to more details. You gotta be freaked out about the departed, Mr. Pianist. The one. It's gonna be ghost dolls with a crush on the player again. Disguise themselves as a human and you can't tell they're not human. I'm starting to disbelieve of my initial idea that the headmaster's a ghost. What about Dorio, with her mark on her face? Who? Is it Hanako? The departed hates him because he took her spot. Die. She's practicing her German. She's saying the. Oh, Izumi. The clock was a mechanic in the first game. You don't have mouths sprouting on you this time, saying you're about to die. Well, let's see. Hold on. Mouths are in the second one. Yeah. The second one had mouths sprouting on your body, taunting you about your impending death. Were the mouths of the first one, or was it just, oh, your mark is burning, your mark is growing, or whatever? 24 hours remain, blah-de-da-de-da. I feel like what the headmaster is keeping from us about the old building is either going to be an upcoming mystery or essential to solving this one. Yeah, going away, he ran back into the old building, didn't he? A knuckle duster. Could I use it myself? Could I swap my equipment out? +5 strength to knock a ghost out? Details none. A fist weapon Izumi dropped, also known as brass knuckles. See, some things have stats. The quartz tie pin, +2 spiritual power. The favorite bag, +1% to execution rate in suspensive acts. And that's it. Maybe everyone just got their own equipment. I don't think there's a way to actually unequip or swap things up. But look at that, he's got 3 other dots below the favorite bag. So maybe there is a way to equip more things later. Izumi doesn't have a character file, so either this is only for companions or he hasn't done enough to be worth mentioning yet. Mold and dust. We gotta find the red mold room for the red mold fingerprints. They have got to just demolish this place. I can understand using an old building for storage, but apparently this place is just a health hazard. If this place is being used for storage, it's basically their dump more than let's put a thing away until next time. I don't think anything put here has a next time. The old building's toilet has an old marker? Oh, maybe. Maybe they got their own graffiti, and the ghost ran out of space and had to start haunting the new building's toilets. Break it down! Use the headmaster as a battering ram. Same as the new building. So music room to the right. I could explore everything else, but I feel like the prudent answer is to check the music room first. Head to the music... yeah, so I can't even check any place else if I wanted to. Should I make the old man grunting an alert? Save the old save so that I could turn all the audio off except for sound effects and just record and go back and forth for like 5 minutes and make that the alert. Just weh, 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 weh. You're not a fan of adventure games that are too linear, MP? I'm sure it'll open up. At least a little bit. These games tend to have a little bit of investigation to them. It's, the stories for the prior two tend to be mostly linear, with the branching points being, how did you investigate the ghosts? Did you figure out how to exorcise them? Did you figure out how to purify them or violently expel them? Which determines like who lives, who dies, and so how the nature of the story turns out. And so inherently you do end up with some investigations where you do have to roam from here to there and have a bit more leeway in the order in which you do it. But I figure that for the first investigation especially, it's going to be more straightforward, less branching paths. I don't think that's a ghost calling for help. Use the me! What do we hear? Is that spidery noises? Is that getting by? Ooh. He's not gonna be playing piano anymore. So what am I looking at here? Is that plumbing? Hoses? Filthy water shooting from a rubber hose has severed his left hand. It's not your first rodeo. Very clearly this is a haunting. Stealing my own words too. Hey, Gregory. Water doesn't usually do that in your experience. Do you have much experience with haunted water? The ghost really should give up. This guy's clearly armless now. He's being chased by a haunted hose. Why would there be water in the music room where ghostly hoses were splashing water everywhere? Oh, there goes the headmaster. So I'm reminded of the plats in the first Ghost of the first game. And I'm also reminded of the hair. In what was it, the fourth case or so? In Spirit Hunter NG? Suddenly the game turns stupid. It's ghosts, MP. Ghosts are going to haunt and kill as they may.
くそ
I have the knife. Maybe this is where his knife comes in. Suspensive act. Oh, I got a time limit? A suspensive act will occur when encountering a special situation. By making the appropriate decision, you could drastically alter the outcome of the situation. Which is to say, we could end up with the headmaster dead if I'm not careful. Act 1. Oh boy. Must be a tool I could use inside my bag. What could I do about the hoses constricting the headmaster's neck? I think the headmaster is currently fighting for his life as is. I'll do it. Choose a character. You must first choose who is going to perform the action. Think carefully. But am I on a time limit? These are normally on a time limit. I don't see a time limit right now, so... Prinsu, cut him down.
よし
Choose the most appropriate item among the list of things Prinsu comes up with. Where's the marker? I wanted to use the marker. What do I do with this item? There is a cost and a success percentage. Now I'm scared. I am frightened now. So even if I have a good solution, I'm also gambling with the percentages. There's a cost and there's a probability. What is the cost? Is the cost the numbers by our name? If I've taken too much spiritual damage, do I have less currency to take action? I need to have enough spirit to execute the action. I guess if I'm too demoralized and I can't even bring myself to cut the hose with confidence. Each action has a different execution rate. This will be explained in detail later. Okay, cut the hose. Execution rate and failure. During suspensive acts, not every action is doable. Each action has an execution rate based on the person performing the action. Well, there you go. I guess 84% with a 16% chance of failure is considered high. But... so what he was saying right then was him just patting himself on the back. Gee, if somebody else was doing it when they're panicking, then I guess they won't be able to. Someone suspended from the ceiling by hoses trying to choke him out, for instance. Execution rate must be high enough for you to successfully perform the action. 16% chance of failure. XCOM reboots do not give me much confidence with 16% chance of failure. That is too close to a 1/5 chance. It was a flimsy, silver, antique knife after all. Maybe this is the expected fate for it, or maybe it could have done it differently and kept the knife somehow. What if his grandfather's knife is actually an item of massive exorcismal significance, and the only way to truly beat the game is to allow Konoe to die, to keep his knife, to bring it to the end? Looks like this is the right choice. Thank you for reaffirming it for me, game, because breaking the knife gives me doubts. Correct and incorrect actions. The action you just executed now is correct. During a suspensive act, and to successfully execute the correct action. In situations where you succeed at performing an action but still fail to get your desired result, you should pick another option. You can also fail when you choose the wrong character, choose the right person and the right action. How much of this is going to be intuitive, and how much is it going to be kind of a bit of trial and error? Successfully broken through the tension of the suspensive act. In summary, wanted for two main things when trying to get your desired outcome. In before only the tutorial part makes sense. They've been logical, the previous games. They're very investigative games, so if you get information on the ghost, then you can get hints as to what things can or cannot work. And if you find the right tools, if you've been thorough enough, sequels always have to be worse. But we're in the second sequel now. People tend to love the third entry. Like lots of people. What was it? Temple of Doom, people never like as much as Last Crusade. Was it Last Jedi that people love most about the OG trilogy? Last Jedi? Return of the Jedi? I'm not a Star Wars man. Look at GG Shinobi 2. See, that is part number whatever in an ongoing series, and part 2 of a Game Gear side thing. That's not part 3 of a trilogy. We got the trilogy rules working specifically here. In your experience, third game better than the second? Well, there you go. This is the third game, and the second game was pretty good, so this could only be tops then, right? Choose an action with a high execution rate. Choose a correct action. Sometimes multi-part events too. But if it's probability, then isn't it feasible that I could take an action with the lower probabilistic chance of success and have that be the correct one, or have that have a good outcome? Izumi should be easy to find, just follow the blood, is what I was going to say. What did I say the other day when Admiral Otomo had disemboweled himself? That the first couple of minutes are the make or break point with combat medicine. Exsanguination is both easier to spell than hemorrhaging, but also the major killer. You gotta keep that inside blood inside. If he's lost this much already, Izumi's probably gone into shock. He's probably not stable enough to continue from here. The severed arm for evidence. Maybe the severed arm has gone missing the same way that the first note did. That's more blood than Izumi should have inside of him, I think. Let me see something. Let me see if I can find something real quick. How long are your blood vessels? No. 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 I was aware of a video where they basically take an amount of fluid equal to how much blood there is in the body and spill it out to see exactly how much that would visibly look like. And it's a pretty big puddle, but it's not really as big as you'd expect. Now, it's also a spooky, ghosty story, right? So I'm not going to ding it points for not being fully realistic with the blood. If horror movies were ever realistic about the amount of blood in the human body, then either we wouldn't get to enjoy so much gore, or people would die off so much quicker. Man, I'm curious, where is that? Hold on. My Google foo is useless right now. You're thinking of going to sleep, MP, but then the killer water hoses. Well, normally the haunts relate in some way to the ghost, so we have to figure out how dirty water hoses relate to this departed. Should have kicked the door open. If we kicked the door open earlier, Izumi could have made a break for it. Without any resistance. Maybe Izumi is dead, and the ghost is quite happy to have feasted off of him. Probably dead? Yeah, Konoe. Alright, is it gonna be in the boys' bathroom or the girls' bathroom? He's gonna be in one. Now, was this a situation where I want to immediately follow it? Or do I want to go back into the music room? I can't go back in. We have to follow the blood. Alright, we'll be good adults and take care of the bleeding student. Not the boys' bathroom. Girls' bathroom? Girls' bathroom. If he's in the girls' bathroom, he was probably grabbed when trying to claw his way out, and was then dragged into the ghost's lair. Is that bones or rubble below the sink? Oh, there's writing! The word annoying written in red in the mirror. Oh. Oh, that's even more blood down here. Not in here, Izumi? Hmm. I was gonna say, can we look under the stall? But it looks like we have a smudged handkerchief and some more words here.
よし
A pale pink handkerchief. Initials NH. So not Hanako Aoki. A faint, irritating odor.
Yoshi.
You suck at piano. Stop showing off. Don't play the school song. So before we go into the very obvious stall, how organized is the cleaning closet here? Empty. Use a knuckle duster. Alright, here we go. Toilet stall number 3. Silence. Is it going to be our first fatality of the game? Empty! Oh, I was not expecting that. I was expecting a corpse here. Did he get squeezed into the toilet?
Yoshi.
Some fresh-looking blood. The series has never been shy about on-screen deaths, so I was fully expecting Izumi to be found on the floor here, contorted in grotesque fear, imprinted upon his dead face. Even both these characters don't expect him to be alive right now. Could that be Miss Student Council President having found his body elsewhere in the school? Came from the hallway. Running for role-playing. Oh, that's more rubber hose sounds. Yeah. Don't tell me Miss Student Council President is gonna get suffocated to death because we broke the knife. Can't save here, can I? System. Resume from infirmary. Outfit change. Huh. Just darker grays and blues? As opposed to the yellow, the classic yellow? So, these rubber hose sounds, this moaning, this cry for help. Let's take a moment to chat. Oh, that's it? That's all he's got to say? I can't go into the classrooms. What if these are timed? What if the longer I take, the higher the chance that these people die? The good news is, she's at least kept her hands. The bad news is that's some nasty looking water. Drenched in sewage water. These ghostly hoses are becoming bolder now that they know that my knife is broken. What if it's rubber hoses because this old building was used for storage, so it's using whatever materials is available? Or maybe whatever ghost this was bound or strangled in hoses itself when it died? I think this headmaster needs to tell us what exactly happened in this old building that he's afraid to talk about. Suspensive act number 2? No. No, the hose is just gone. The yellow water is all okay, good. Because that poor girl is going to need a bath before she takes a bath at home. Do you think Konoe is going to believe in ghosts now? Or is he still going to be a skeptic after the past 2 hose scenes? Infirmary so we can save again! But Izumi's definitely dead by now. There is no way he isn't. In fact, I am so certain that there's no way that the ghost is keeping Izumi even supernaturally alive. But I think we could put a little bit of a gamba here. Not that it's ever going to be a big gamba. But it's worth. Name of the prediction. Izumi dead, so dead, or no dead. Waste your NFT points? Well, MP, even if someone else were to counter Gamba, you know, for whatever reason, people don't like to bet all too big on Twitch, I've noticed. It's kind of refreshing if you find a chat or a channel where people do bet big. Most other channels I've been to, where even if they have gambling on this multiplayer game success or not, and they're doing it semi-frequently, nobody wants to be a whale. Nobody wants to gamble away like 10,000, 100,000 at a time. You're lucky if they do 1,000. It's ridiculous. Nobody wants to throw their fake points away. Will those bizarre events make a believer out of him? You've already shamed your grandfather. Your heirloom knife shattered. The wills of your students and the school he founded broken. Back to the old building to investigate. First, I'm going to make... I won't save yet. Well, I'll make a save here. I might as well. But before we proceed from here, I'm going to take a BRB. And then we'll see if we could converse with this comatose girl, or at least with the headmaster. We might be able to get more information out of him when I get back. It's about time to feed the cats, too. So let me feed them, get some more tea, and then when I return, we'll continue investigating the search for the missing bloody pianist. Onyx wanted to get a few minutes of nap first, so gonna be a few minutes yet till I come back. Alright, cats have been properly fed. Got myself more tea. Some more coconut. Ooh. Came by just as the music's picking up. Okay, so who can we talk to first? Dorio lying down the bed, unconscious. Konoe? Nothing else to converse about. Alright, let's head on back out then. We'll see if Izumi is dead or alive. You dig the depressing piano music with violin, MP? I think you would love the game then. Not just this game, but the whole series if you got into them, because music is fantastic. This is basically how the rest of the series sounds, and it is honey in my ears. It's more honey than the old man grunting runs. What if this one game does take place in nothing but the entire school, and future investigations will end up eventually encompassing the entire building? Maybe that's how the culminating missions are gonna go? We haven't checked the other classrooms in this old building, and we haven't gone the upstairs, downstairs. Well, the upstairs, more upstairs. I don't think this headmaster is going to be joining us for other investigations. He seems pretty rattled. Search for Izumi added to the spirit file. Pursued a student, Izumi, who'd gone missing. Saw his name on a poster in the music room. He was badly hurt when we found him in the old buildings in the music room, but he went missing again after. What actually happened in that restroom? Or what caused Hanako of the toilet to attack Izumi? Inspect the blood-stained door again. Can I? Not that blood-stained door? Could I go back into here? Inspect the female restroom once more. I wasn't asking for your opinion, I was trying to get into the room. There might be clues in the music room. There's your answer, MP. Maybe the bodies in the male restroom. I'm not allowed to go in. He wants to check the female bathroom first. I can't even go down the hall to see if he is somehow made it to one of the classrooms down there without bleeding out. Snake noises? Running water noises. Stall number 1, empty. Stall number 2, same as before. Text is the same. Same text. Door number 3. Is Izumi in the stall? And if he is he alive or dead? There's still... Button. Press. 10 minutes left in the prediction. 100% saying so dead. Nobody voting not dead. Maggot sounds. I thought it was the sound of hoses. The narration said it was running water. I am willing to take the narration's word for it. Okay. He's dead. He's no coming back from that. Prediction, can I finish it off early? Starting the music, but let me see. Can I end it right now, or do I have to wait for the rest of the 10 minutes to go? End submissions. Choose outcome. Izumi is so dead. The two who predicted so dead get to keep their points because nobody voted otherwise. Now, maybe I was premature in ending the prediction. It simply says a male student. This could be any Japanese high school student with short black hair. A bundle of things sprouting from his eyes. Nah, you think? And the fallen eyeballs. One pretty obvious clue, his left hand is missing. That could be any high school age Japanese student with short hair and a missing left hand. The good news, though, is that the ghost should be sated. It put the notice saying it was going to target the pianist. The pianist is dead, so GG, right? The ghost has no reason to attack anybody else. Better check his pockets if the game lets me. Oh, even the headmaster got to see. He's not cut out for this exorcism stuff. Oh, we got a heartbeat. Is this ghost going to attack now, or is this just tension? I don't think the ghost wants me to leave. No, I can't lift my legs. My legs are getting tangled up, but I don't have a knife anymore. It's the rubber hose. So the Rubber Hose Association. She's got a bloated arm. Her left arm. Probably why she targeted the pianist Izumi's left hand. Maybe a garden hose is what she was hung with, and that's why she attacks with hoses. Tickle success rate 100%. MP, you are welcome to try. Oh heck, it's up to his neck. Minus 3 HP! How come we don't get the sexy portrait art when we're tied up by hoses? When it's what's-her-face is all like, you know, clearly got that juxtaposition of sexiness and poo water going on, when it's such just, or some guy bound down. Though I guess, with him chomping at the hose in his mouth, there's a little bit of sex to it. Can still move his arm though, we're still in the game. And the headmaster ran out, so we had no outside help with this. It's gotta be us. Choose the character first. Who's gonna take the action? The graffiti so oh. There's a red marker that's left some graffiti, but there's also been smudges and smears to it, so maybe we have to smear the graffiti out to placate the ghost. Kill the one who wrote it. She very likely did. I have the marker. I have the marker, so of course she would blame me. You think there's a possibility that if I didn't pick up the marker, this wouldn't have happened? Something in my bag I could use to survive. Do you think there's a possibility that if you knew how to write and read in Japanese, you could transform this message to a positive one? I can't leave, I need to pick up that marker. Maybe. At the very least, for the sake of tutorial, for like, you never know what could be important when you're hunting ghosts, is basically what he said when I picked up the marker willingly myself. It could have done it that way for the sake of the tutorial investigation, but in the prior 2 games, you definitely are allowed to completely overlook or bypass hints and items. Clues for the correct action are hidden within the stories, item details, spirit file, and other bits of collected information. Incorrect action choices can also give you some insight and help narrow down your options. Think carefully, unravel the truth, and choose the correct action. I'm gonna say the dirty handkerchief. Marker or handkerchief, I think, are the 2 likeliest. Poster's just a red herring. Smear the graffiti. Put it in front of the hose. Has an 85% chance success. You know, that could be important. Put it in front of the hose, you get it soaked with water, right? And then you could wipe off the graffiti. I've got 27 HP so far. This could be a multi-part thing. I might have to get the handkerchief wet first and then wipe it off. There's already the faint smell of chemical on the handkerchief. So it could have enough solvent on it to smear the writing on the mirror. Might be a multi-part thing. Talks about insights, either the wrong choices. That's a good theory to me. I'm gonna try it then. We're gonna put it on the hose.
Yoshi.
The dirty hose water. We got success. Four damage. Well, that's because it's part 1. We gotta get the handkerchief wet and then wipe it off. Looks like this isn't the right choice. What was your first guess? Okay, now that I've soaked the handkerchief, the wet, dirty handkerchief.
Yoshi.
That's alright, I could always get our health back. Which is probability. What if it ends up failing the probability? It might not even be actual probability. It could just be flavor. This is the right choice. Now, in all fairness, the item description does say a bit damp, gives out the irritating odor, so it's already got some moisture to it. But I wanted to make sure, alright? Not bully. What she meant is she's asking that you won't bully. I think I know who she was. I think Izumi is a victim of his own actions here. Somebody has been writing hurtful things in the girls' bathroom. And this ghost is clearly upset by the presence of bullying words. So I think that Izumi, who wanted to take her spot as a pianist, had pushed her towards suicide. Unintentionally, he was still an asshole, but didn't expect to go that far. And now here he is getting his comeuppance. Dirty handkerchief? However, if we assume that the dirty handkerchief is hers, the initials are NH. Poster from the music room says a pianist for the recital of the school song was Hanako Akai. It'd be HA or AH, depending on the order. I initially wanted to believe it was Akai, but it could be whoever this NH is instead. Someone who's already been using her own handkerchief to try to smear the hurtful words. It could be handkerchief again. Maybe she'll recognize a handkerchief. Maybe she'll recognize the initials. Show the initials. 81% chance success. Inspect the handkerchief, 95. Costs 1. That's tempting. That's got a 95% chance success. Could I go back? I can go back. Read it carefully. Show the poster. Fold a flower. 75% chance success. That's only a 25% chance of failure. Didn't we inspect it by looking at our inventory? We did, Craigery. But maybe if he inspects it again, he might find something else that's not just in the description. Write Izumi on the mirror. Write Hanako Akai on the mirror. Write Hanako of the toilet on the mirror. So now that I know that I can go into an option, see what those options are, and come back out, this could be a multi-part thing. It could be that I inspect the handkerchief and I don't know, jump to some conclusion about the NH, where I look at the handkerchief, and instead of just showing the initials, I see, NH, maybe if I write in red marker, and a new option appears? 95% to read carefully. Hanako Akai is already an option. What might he suss out if he reads the poster carefully? Notice of change of lead. Previous Hanako Akai 2B. New Toshiko Izumi 2C. I'm going to inspect the handkerchief first. Hanako Akai, the bullied one? I believe so, MP. And I think that's the student who went missing the first time.
これでどうだ
No, this is just giving us a clue that it's some kind of cleaning solvent smell. Yeah, that's all that's doing. Smell of acidic detergent. It's basically repeating the hint that we got when we first picked up the item. In case we needed to, in case you needed a refresher, or some kind of clue on what to do next. Okay. The information we've obtained so far, along with the graffiti on the restroom wall. Show the poster. We're gonna write her name on the mirror. I'm gonna take that as the solution.
やってみるか
I'm seeing failure in the background. Is it gonna fail? No, success! I figured that maybe the marker might be part of the exorcism step. The first Deathmark game and Spirit Hunter RNG had different ways of going about the purification, but I figured maybe an item of some importance could be used ritualistically. She could only read red text. It's Yumi Neko now. We have to tell her the truth in the red. I better hope it is. We don't know who an NH could be. This is the right choice. Survive with my neck intact. No blood either. If nothing foul happened, do you think maybe Izumi's death might have been illusion too? No longer in the stall. He's probably with the spirits now, killed and then off in the afterlife. Nothing more than another student disappearance. We're so good at this spiritual detective job. Infirmary would also give me all of my spiritual health back. Haneka's origin added to the spirit file. With the lovely art of Izumi's death there. Sprouting like flowers in his eye sockets. Brutally murdered. Encountered a female spirit with murderous intent. Learned her name was Hanako Akai. Bullied in the past. Maybe the real reason because spirit was tied to the bullying. Izumi's death may point to that. Oh, cool. The spirit file goes all the way to the beginning. I thought it was just for Hanako's origin 1212. If his hand was ripped, to make a red trail to find him easier. That'd be cool. But I think it was just trying to chop him apart. Especially since if we didn't call to him when we did, then the next blow would have been a killing one, it just barely missed him. Either way, Izumi was toast. We saved him only to make him easier to track. Times in the game when I can't save in the infirmary. Oh, pressing left bumper will quickly return me to the infirmary. I guess I should. And I guess every extra tutorial we're getting is kind of telling us that we will be returning to this infirmary. And so maybe the entire investigation is going to be in one haunted school. Why the marker's red, and the emphasis on the color red? Oh, I'm sure there's all sorts of cool reasons. Red is a very sanguine color. It's very bloody, very ruddy, and it pops out. Oh, just return to the infirmary. I can't do any investigation. Left bumper, was it? Yeah. Left bumper to return. Wait, hold on. What about consult? Could I consult when there's nobody in my party? He talks to himself when there's nobody to consult with. Alright, back we go. Dorio's woken up too. So is this gonna be our base of operations then? In the middle of each investigation and afterwards, we're always gonna come back to the infirmary? Much like how the first game had us return to our mansion, the second game had us return to our apartment. So we know the headmaster is not a ghost and that he exists because Dorio recognizes him and they had a conversation while we were away, so that theory is dead. I thought there was a chance she might have been a spirit given the mark on her face, but it could be this game's version of the death mark. Yeah, ask her about the tattoo. just gonna tell this child about the grisly death. Does it count as murder if a ghost did it? You wouldn't say somebody was murdered if a bear mauled you, or if you got swept away by a typhoon. If you got hosed. Murder would have to imply not just malicious intent, but also... It kind of have to be same species, wouldn't it? Maybe that's just philosophical. Some kind of intersection between law and philosophy. But legally speaking, can a ghost murder you? If you get trampled by a horse, you don't bring the horse to court and say that the horse tried to murder you. You say it was a tragic accident. If we assume that ghosts are real, and they have influence in the world that extends to the possibility of physical violence, does it count? Or do you just count that as a phenomenon? You were killed by a ghost, but you're not murdered by a ghost. What do we think? Murder's a legal term, and only humans are subject to courts of law. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Gregory. And even if you were to assume that ghosts have enough sentience, plenty of ghosts and spirits in the series have enough sentience to communicate with them, to have plots, machinations. So even if you were to recognize the personhood of a ghost, you can't exactly hold them to a court of law, can you? You can't say, bailiff, take this ghost away. You put the ghost in handcuffs, walk off, and the ghost still stays there. A ghost judge. Maybe. Like, I feel like if it was Beetlejuice, you could feasibly say that, yeah, Beetlejuice is a murderer. The little pervy bio-exorcist. Now I want to look this up. Hold on. Do ghosts count as murder? Do the spirits of someone murdered haunt their killer? Not what I want, Quora. Has a ghost ever killed a person directly? Not what I want, Reddit/r paranormal. Do ghosts seek justice? Ghost murder case, the haunting of, the living of the dead. Why do ghosts wait for the killers to be brought to justice? Nobody else is asking this question. The next time that cartoon lawyer Badger does an AMA, I have to ask him. You don't think the internet's gonna have an answer for this one? But Gregory, the internet has so many questions and answers and possibilities. Just fan art alone has stretched open the possibilities of the human mind far beyond the capabilities of any classical philosopher. The things that come out of our twisted heads are sometimes the most imaginative thing. Probably a court case somewhere in history where a donkey was charged with murder or something. There's always something like that. Now what's ChatGPT gonna know? ChatGPT is either going to cite a Reddit thread or just make something up. But you inspire me, Gregory. Because sometimes throughout history, courts have had to make awkward decisions and awkward things. Ghost lawsuit mega thread. I don't think that's it. Ghost evidence, convicted a murderer. Ghost lawsuit, Ghostopedia. Ghost accuses court? What if I phrase it like that? Wife of Ghost Adventurer star charged with plotting. Wife of Ghost Adventurer star charged with plotting. Ghost Adventurer star appears in court. Not what I want! Part of me thinks that if I look into things that might involve, like, onmyojis or Taoist exorcists, that maybe you might have something against placating. I mean, they have things that could placate ghosts, but I don't know about, like, bringing to trial ghosts. Animal trial Wikipedia? I guess this would give us something to look for insofar as non-humans brought to trial. Trial of non-human animals, conducted in both secular and ecclesiastic courts. Took place in Europe from the 13th to 18th century. Considered in most criminal justice systems that non-human animals lack moral agency and so cannot be culpable for an act. Archives on animal cases are spotty. France has preserved significant documentation, but more generally, extant documentation does not permit a comprehensive analysis of prevalence and distribution of these cases. Proceedings and punishments. Animal defendants appeared before both church and secular courts. Charges brought against them range from murder to criminal damage. In ecclesiastical courts, the animals are provided with lawyers, not always the case in secular courts. If convicted, usual for an animal to be executed or exiled. Trials of pests. For destroying crops or causing other harm to humans. Ecclesiastical courts examine the misdeeds of a wider range of pests, caterpillars, flies, moles, worms, snails, and leeches. To find the pests guilty and to cause them to leave. They requested the intervention of the church to begin with the pertinent metaphysical actions such as exorcisms and incantations having holy water as their main element. Huh. I suppose my question would have to shift for these cases, for if a secular court would hold a ghost as a murderer. Now, if I remember what went on 3 hours ago, I'm pretty sure that the first notice had Hanako listed. No. Hanako went missing after the first notice, right? The first notice went out, Hanako went missing. Second notice went out, says Hanako is gonna kill the pianist, and then Izumi dies. I feel like if this is a pattern, then Izumi is going to be the next ghost. See, I was expecting that the notices appearing at this school meant the first investigation was going to be solving whoever's putting these notices here. But now I feel like these are going to be ongoing cases with more notices at the same school, more students missing, and each student that goes missing is going to be the ghost of the next one. But maybe that'd be too easy to pattern out. If Hanako goes missing, then becomes a ghost, and Izumi goes missing, becomes a ghost. And if everyone who goes missing becomes a ghost, then we know who they are. Well, or at least will after they die. We'll know who the next ghost is going to be if that's going to be the pattern. Do you think with the very obvious supernatural mark on her face that the student council president is actually the dead one, is actually the departed, that's cursing everybody else? Reassure her. Ask her some questions. Remain silent. Try to reassure her. Is this going to be the energetic Genki Girl archetype character? How do you know it's dyed white? Maybe she's just naturally got gray hair because of some kind of supernatural connection.
見つけた。
Hime. She calls her princess. Nobody accuses Konoe of dyeing his hair. How come he gets to get away with gray hair? How come nobody forces the headmaster to dye his hair black for conformity? She's missing the right hand. Michiho Kinukawa, Student Council's Vice President. So we have the entire executive branch of the Student Council here in one cursed room in the same night. It's definitely foreshadowing her for participation for later. I feel like it's maybe 80% chance she's gonna be the super energetic girl archetype, but she's got a butterfly in her ear and a ladybug on her lapel. Bug lover, and the hand of the sleeve leads me to believe maybe of the more immature side, so energetic, immature bug girl perhaps? Maybe not so immature if she is the vice president of the student council. There's a dorm too. The dorm itself is going to be a murder ground soon enough then. The on-site dorm and the dorm manager makes you want to play more Let's School. Let's School was a fun game. I haven't played the new update. I say new update, but it's been like 2 years old now. Where they added clubs and other stuff to the game. Put a few more achievements in. I should replay that. He's got to come to terms with the fact that his school is, in fact, haunted. And this isn't going to be the first haunting. I walk towards the shoe lockers. It's not even saying I should go there. It's trying to gaslight me into going to the shoe lockers. I go to the back door? No, I'm walking towards the shoe lockers, player. I checked the room. No, I'm walking. I could go inside the rooms. I probably can't go to the old building, though.
これは
And we didn't find any red mold either. See, I was expecting to solve the mystery of the departed in general. And my chair stopped sinking. And my chair has stopped sinking. Short sentence in red letters. You're next! Dear visitor, I'll be waiting for you in the corridor. Yours truly, the departed. Well, how could we ignore this message? You've already been assigned a role. Visitor is who you are. To the jaws of death we go. Go outside through the exit by the shoe lockers to flee. I didn't save when I went back to the infirmary, did I? I went to the talk option, thinking I could just save afterwards. This is a choice. We either leave now or we go talk to the departed. How was a ghostly investigator not going to meet the ghost? Already taking psychic damage. From the bell tower, or the clock tower. You know there's a clock tower on the grounds. That clock tower's gotta be where the culminating investigation's going to terminate. It's not a cute doll this time. How much have I messed up the story by choosing to face the departed now? Feel the warmth of my body leaving. I'm getting killed! Step forward. She's not going to expect you to step forward. Oh, she's gone. Oh, hello. Nothing personnel, kid. Ah, she's got cockroaches on her face. Exchange vows with one another. To always stay by my side forever and ever. Is this gonna be a till death do we part thing? Because I think that she's already beaten us to that. Oh, she's a biter, is she? Chapter 1, The Departed End. Now saving. I think it's a love bite, MP. I think that if she was gonna devour me whole, she wouldn't have asked so politely. What did I say? The trend from the previous two games is going to be that the mastermind is going to be some kind of cute doll that has a crush on the player character. I was only 2/3 correct. It's not a doll this time. Moshi mosh. Yeah, especially given that he's now a newlywed. Newlywed's not gonna get any sleep. New notice from The Departed. And strangely enough, it says something about a wedding reception. If we're spiritually married to the departed, couldn't we simply ask them to back off from... Also, MP, I missed that message earlier. Oh, Google Gemini? In that case, I'll have to triple check it. Since you know how Gemini and other AIs can be just looking for the probabilistic, likely sequence of strings of words to put together. Back on school grounds, 5 p.m. But if it's the lead for something to look up into, reported post-mortem testimonies from a ghost secured a conviction in the US. Now that's testimony, though. There were a few Quora threads and such about testimony from ghosts leading to convictions and other things. But I want it the other way around. I wanted testimony against the ghosts. I wanted the ghost as a defendant. I feel like there's gotta be something, especially down in the mists of history. What to think about first? If I'm gonna reflect on the case, add some sugar. If I'm gonna reflect on this case, add some more sugar. If I'm gonna reflect on this case, add more sugar. And then more sugar. More sugar! There's barely anything left in the sugar pot. I was expecting it to just let me go on forever. Drink the coffee. Coffee is the best companion you could have when contemplating something, and I've ruined it. They're making this sound almost sensual. That's the stuff, but it's filled with how many sugar cubes? I lost count. I stopped counting. Caffeine and sugar flowing into his tired brain. Apparently is this canonical, or is this just based on whatever choice you made? Okay, let's put his mind to work. Departed? Attacked by the departed. Would we call that an attack? It politely asked, "My dear, can I bite you?" That's just her being sweet. That's not an attack, that's a proposal. He lost consciousness. Aww. He was so overwhelmed with the love that she was giving him. If we're married, I'm sure that we could just calmly ask her, why is she trying to hurt students? They're kids, lay off on them, they have it hard enough as it is. Strange happenings? We didn't actually purify her nor exorcise her either. I like how every game uses the same image. They got so many ghosts to pick from. But if they have to explain the concept of spirits, it's gonna be this. Only 4 months ago, too. I forget when exactly the first Spirit Hunter game took place, what year that was. I feel like that was supposed to be, what, 2005 or something? Someplace in the early WoWs. Smartphones aren't yet in market. Or was it 90s? Plot. H-City, Tokyo. What year have we got? Oh well. Think about drinking coffee. Are they going to reappear in the game? People we can trust. That wasn't everybody, was it? No, where's the idol girl? 13 people. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's the rest of them. From time to time. 4 months is a pretty tight amount of time to have a from time to time. Works as a doctor at the school, so we're definitely going to meet again, especially if the infirmary is where we retreat to every so often. Oh, notebook, flashlight, all the things found at school yesterday. The van from the previous, I won't say previous, reverse game. And 2 bikes. If there's 2 bikes, who else is here? That is unspoken foreshadowing, I think. He's got somebody hanging out with him. I think that the school I made in Let's School is a lot better. They're basically copying some of my school designs from Let's School. The sports field to the bottom left corner. Kind of a U shape to the building. But mine was nicer. This is a pale imitation of the Kavi Academy. So, Konoe-sensei doesn't just work at Konehara Academy that his grandfather founded, but the place the school is built is also called Konehara. So he's not just a prominent family, he's the family then, I'd imagine. I also see some connection between... Well, they did have the corridor between the 3 buildings. I hadn't realized that they were that densely together. They really should just demolish that old building. When I think of the old building on the school property, I think of like the buildings over here, the new buildings are here, the old building is there. They say the old building, it's like right up on them. And hey, Hordian, good evening to you too. It's Spirit Hunter time again, Hordian. I'm sure you remember back when Zoku was streaming this one. 20 minutes from Kujo Mansion. Welcome back from the gym then, Hordian. Damn. We were told to be here by 5. And the students are only just now being let out. I'd be gloomy too if I was stuck in school till 5 p.m. Diamond, slowly coming back now. It's been so long since I played Spirit Hunter 1. I didn't realize that Diamond was one of our connections from the first game. I barely remember. I know a few things about the first game that I've retained in my memory. Like, Shimio is a big one. You never forget Shimio. Or the first case. I feel like if I think about the first case, I could probably root the entire thing in my head front to back. You think it was one of her streams of this game that she said a sentence that stuck to you, Hordian? Us Asian girls don't mix well with tentacles. Having just finished the previous case, I could see exactly what context that came up in. It wasn't mandatory for a school to have appointed a nurse. I don't remember any nurse from my school growing up either. If I think of things like nosebleeds or somebody getting their hand slammed in the door or something. I remember folks were brought to the office, and then just the administrative staff in the office would look at you. We never had any actual nurse, huh? Faculty room! That's a whole new area. You Mr. Trubbish ditto. I mean, she keeps fairly active on Blue Sky. It sounds like a lot of her streaming activity, related activity, is more volunteering at a whole lot of events. Sometimes behind the scenes stuff, sometimes the unseen voice. So Hordian, I know that one of the reasons you made a Blue Sky ages back was to follow. So, if one keeps tabs on what events she's contributing to, that'd be one way to keep in. Which is to say, it's not exactly that she's disappeared from the streaming space. It's just been a transformation from doing a lot of her own streams to helping out with a whole lot of more collaborative event stuff. Which is understandable. One stream, you gotta put so much of yourself into it, helping out with big events. That could be a whole lot more of the spiritual fulfillment. Now it does say it wants us to go to the faculty room, but we get to explore around. Can I explore around? I do get to explore around. I'm just gonna snoop all over the place. Library. Though speaking of Trubbish Ditto Hordian, have you seen the announcement of that Pokemon game? That's kind of like Animal Crossing or whatnot. You play as a Ditto that copies everyone else's powers, right? You play as a Ditto who, according to the trailer, finds a discarded Pokedex, turns into a kind of lopsided shaped human-like character, and then makes a community of other Pokemon by like using their scythes or their water blowing or whatever else. It's not the same as her streaming and being able to chat. Sorry, Hordian. New building? Doesn't feel right to walk around the school without the headmaster's permission. It says that, but I was still going around all over the place. The first place I went was a student council room. Fine, faculty then. You did see that, unfortunately. Oh. You know, I haven't really watched any directs. Chances are the directs finish by the time I wake up. At least the Nintendo directs tend to. Which is perfectly fine, because most of the news I get from things like that end up being everybody else making posts about them online. So, if there's anything worth knowing, somebody's going to mention it. Now, between you and me, I've seen people mention, oh no, how could they do this, or making us play as a Ditto character. Do they realize the porn potential? The porn potential is going to be through the roof. One, it's already there. That particular type of Ditto porn has existed long ago. You can't stop it now. But one thing I haven't seen people mention, I kind of feel like the player character, or that the character that the Ditto was copying, is dead. I mean, think about the trailer, right? The Ditto wobbles up, sees like a half-buried Pokedex, and is like, huh, what's this? And turns into a facsimile of the human who used to own the Pokedex. That is a dead child. That is a wild Pokemon copying the form of a dead child. That is the idea in my head, and nothing can dislodge that from me. Even if late in the game it turns out, here comes a human, oh wow, you found my stuff, this is amazing, you turned my old camp into such a pretty place, so many new friends, no, they're dead. As far as I'm concerned, in my mind. Kind of like how my headcanon for Breath of the Wild is that Link is dead. How does Breath of the Wild begin? Breath of the Wild begins with Link waking up from 100 years sleep because he was in some kind of Sheikah restoration pod, right? That wasn't just him recovering. The way he, like, fades away into blue light when he teleports here and there, that's not standard practice. That is the boy having died from his wounds, and it needing 100 years for the Sheikah tech to suitably restore him from death. He is a Hylian homunculus. In Mystery Dungeon, you're a human that gets isekai'd into being a Pokemon. That is true. But is that just transported into the world of Pokemon isekai, or is that the revisited by Truck-kun? Like with Legends Arceus, Legend Arceus is specifically, very deliberately, in the opening cutscene also an isekai. You basically get spirited away by the voice of God, saying, hey, I kinda want you to come to the past. You chill with that? Cool, here you go. No Truck-kun at least? So I would say then, that the trailer gives me harder evidence to say, oh my, there's a dead kid and you're just copying the form of the dead kid. I never expected Pokemon would get so grim. Well, first, let's talk about Izumi. Isn't it so convenient, these violent deaths? And no blood, no body parts, no corpse get left behind? It's a perfect crime. We got a ghost girlfriend now. We could have her to kill on our behalf. Kinukawa? Oh. Or who knows? I thought there was a disappearance because I wasn't paying attention. Full-fledged investigation at our school. Do we get a special badge saying we're allowed on school grounds? A piece of paper, certificate of employment, special contract teacher. This really is going to be Kara no Sojo all over again, but with fewer deaths. I don't have a teaching license. I put a pause on my credentialing when COVID started. Contract teachers, it's so easy. Okay, so all I gotta do is Google around for whatever school currently has a lot of missing students, and quite possibly ghosts. I was gonna make a joke there, but this sounds worse the more I think about it. Never mind that. Contract teaching. So anyway, about the new notice. On top of the piano in the music room this time. The same red moldy fingerprints. Dear model, Hanako will kill you tonight. Hanako again! We have Hanako's trust at least, I should hope. I'm watching, hiding at the school. Your beloved, the departed. Hold on. She's calling other people she's referring to herself to other people as your beloved. She's cheating on me. We can't take this wedding vow stuff seriously then. She's just trolling us. Why am I a 70s movie rendition of Satan? It's spooky, Hordian. It's the same reason all the dark stuff is back too. It's spooks and spirits and ghost time, is it not? Target's been dubbed the model. Art maybe then? Somebody who does poses for art class? No avail. I'm thinking art model. I don't think it's model student. Christmas in a week or two marketing-wise? Oh, Hordian. My local Costco had its Halloween stuff out in July, and then by mid-August, they cut their Halloween section in half to start putting Christmas stuff out. We're already there, Hordian. It's already Christmas market season. That's all I gotta say about that. Except for those students who live in the dorm. The students who live in the dorm have no choice but to remain on school grounds. We gotta meet Diamond. Refresh me on Diamond. It says I should go to the infirmary before beginning my investigation. Oh, I should go to the infirmary. I can explore every place within the same building, I think. It's just going to other buildings, just like, no, I should do this first. Girl's voice? I feel like this is gonna be the gray-haired one. Cheerful voice? No! You're a different one. Kashiwagi. Where's MP? I can't believe it. MP's gone to sleep right before the Twin Tails comes on. I didn't reckon. Wait, no, what? Not. Whoa. That's I from the first game? I didn't recognize her outside of her suit. I thought this was just some other student, and I was confused by, hey, you're here, it's you again. By the, oh, you're back. Save image. Image saved. OBS. We'll put this one over as... Shrink you down. Not contort. There we go. Ah! I didn't recognize her! She's got the same twin tail. She's mostly just outside of her... what is it? Her punk idol appearance. She's not in her idol uniform. A little bit is the art style difference. The art style is a little bit more... kinda slimmer. Kinda brighter. But all they basically did is change her idol outfit for a school uniform. And I couldn't recognize her. It's kind of like a Clark Kent Superman thing. She just took off the glasses and she's a totally different person. So, the uniform. She makes it sound like she doesn't come to school here then. Borrowed from a friend, graduated from Konihara. She wanted him to really gush about the schoolgirl uniform. They go to the school specifically because they love the idol group and want to be closer to it. Henry Cavill did the test, put on glasses, stood somewhere in New York, and only one person talked to him because they were lost. Do you think that test works better or worse in a place like New York? I'd imagine in New York, you kind of get desensitized pretty quick to, oh my goodness, that's him, oh my goodness, that's her, pretty quickly, wouldn't you? You kind of grow up with that sort of expectation of, they're around, you just don't pay attention to them. I don't know. I know that LA folk can be that way. Kind of that aristocratic, don't pay attention to them, let them be, let them be. So this means you're 3 for 3 on idols that investigate the paranormal, though technically it's a repeat of the first game's one. Personal guardian angel. Do you think the game wants to ship Kujo and I? The Departed is not going to like that. The Departed might have a bout of jealousy. That sounds like it's oozing with sarcasm. Sultry, cheerful, and passionate song. It has that as me saying that, but it makes no sense. That's supposed to be a continuation of her saying it. Maybe this is the time we'll get to purify Hanako then. We got a little bit of a interaction with her before, learning about her bullied past. You know, if we're gonna be given a contract teaching job in order to roam around the school as much as we want, couldn't we have come during the day when the students were around here that we could ask these sorts of questions with to find out who's who? Lucky for us, people who are going to get murdered have a habit of hanging around at night. Something brilliant happened? What's up, Hordian? Ask around, see what we can gather. Notes made on how to go to the toilet. A few students left in the new and special buildings. She's got 6 more strength than I do. 4 less intelligence, 3 less spiritual power, and less dexterity. She has me beat on strength and strength alone. She's also got more HP though.
大丈夫。いざとなったら、私がみんなを守ります。
Quite strong, could explore tight spaces with slender arms. Yeah, Izumi didn't get a character page. But you know who's got character pages? Konoe, who was already a companion. Himeko. Michiko. Michiho.
川美千穂です。
So, I feel like everyone here is gonna be part of the party at some point. You have a secondary account on LinkedIn to trash people that trash talk you. Really, Hordian? 1, you have a thing like that. 2, people trash talk you on LinkedIn? Or to just talk about the opinions that might not look good in terms of professional marketing. Man, I'm not on LinkedIn, but I've seen posts people have made about LinkedIn, and apparently people have no sense there in the first place, like little entrepreneurs or businessmen or C-suite executives talking such horrid things and thinking, oh yeah, this is fantastic motivational stuff. She has a hair tie that gives her strength +2. Chapter 1, The Departed. The Departed is Chapter 1! I just realized. This is all... Wait. I thought The Departed was gonna be the big bad. This is only Chapter 1. Search for Izumi. Found Izumi. Hanako bullied in the past. Maybe became a spirit because of bullying. Well, let me get a save here because it's been about 4 hours. You commented about a journalist report and how journalists quote scientific studies without context and use it as truth for sensationalism. Boy, aren't we familiar with that. Keep going, Hordian. The cats have already been fed, but I'm going to grab myself a BRB before continuing the investigation. Won't take too long. Got plenty of tea. Cats don't need food, so I'll be back shortly. Okay. Nobody tell boyfriend that I was stealing his Doritos during BRB. Okay, Horty, what do we have here? Comment about journalist report. Journalist quote scientific studies without context, used for sensationalism. Study in question was about abandonment from partners after contracting diseases like cancer. According to that study, men were 6 times more likely to leave their partner than women were. The study looked at 515 cases. You got curious, went to look at statistics of cancer cases yearly in the US. Estimates for about 2 million new cases per year. The study looked at 0.025% of yearly cancer cases. The Hordian. There's also statistics at play there, like very clearly you cannot look at every single case in a year, right? Which is why it's important to have a decently large enough sample size that you're able to get a better view of the whole. And if I remember from statistics, you could actually get away with a pretty small sample size to get a good trajectory. But of course, more is always better. So 515 cases looked at is a pretty good starting point as far as I know. With a much small sample size, super easy for biases to appear in the sampling. Medic replied to your comment saying he agreed with all the studies that showed that result. You shouldn't be talking about it because you weren't a medic. Well, things are put into scientific scrutiny for a reason, right? It's a whole peer review thing. You put a paper out into the open, then you analyze the methodology, you analyze the result. The fact that the sample size is too much or too little, well, I wouldn't say too much, that the sample size is this and not that could also be something to look at. Welcome back, Hordian. Also, I just noticed, Chapter 1 final stage was the old stage. This is chapter, or the old file, this is Chapter 2 opening. So I guess this isn't all just, whoops. Isn't all just Chapter 1 departed. We're going to be looking at something else now. So maybe Chapter 1 is simply the introduction to the departed, who's still going to be the overarching baddie. And maybe Chapter 2 Hanako. Yeah, 99 save slots. You could make a whole German song about that. Let's go to the student council room first. Familiar girl with a strange tattoo. Personally, Hordian, I find that LinkedIn is a very bizarre place to have online arguments. In my mind, LinkedIn is supposed to be the place where you put your work profile, your education, your career history, and you make connections with people who are like, hey, I saw your fluffed up profile on LinkedIn. We could use someone like you with fluffed up statistics. How about you come on board? And it turns out that while that might have been the case, it's basically, what is it? It's basically Facebook, but for people who imagine themselves entrepreneurs or whatever. A bizarre, worse version of Facebook. It used to be that my dad was like, I'm gonna make, you gotta have a LinkedIn. I'm gonna send you this link to LinkedIn. You gotta make a LinkedIn profile. If you wanna be a working adult, you gotta make your connections on LinkedIn. And I'm sure that must have been true in like 2007, 2008. I can't imagine anything of value goes on there. She's gonna get pulled into this investigation. You can't give her a mark that unique and not have her be part of it. Bring up the threat. How about we have I try? I feel like the other two options would have failed anyway, and it would have led to this remaining. Can't think of any way. Let's stop for now and have I do it. Wait, did I not shoot? I pressed B. Is what I did. Whoop. Not again. Here, this time pressing the confirmation button and not the back button. There we go. Stare suspiciously. Oh, she thinks you're in a student-teacher relationship. She thinks you're a creep now. Classic in-group, out-group thing. What a teacher's pet. She wasn't going to help us before, but now that we're officially employed, now she's going to be allowed to. Forget her friends' lives being in danger. So how did she know to go to the old building then, huh? Oh, that's why. She remembers the hoses. Forget the tentacle-like nature, the dirty poo water. She was covered in the ghostly deady poo water. Deady poo water? Ghostly dirty poo water. And we have no means of asking her about who might be the model. Michiho? Is she in the library? In the music room now. You know, they always say that after the fact, don't they? Let's go down the list. Anybody in the faculty room? Anybody in the library? No one. Alright, to the new building then, we'll go to the music room. We can just roam freely now, so it's the special building gets its own special menu like this. But new building and old building, we get side-scrolling action. New grunts, Also... Oh my goodness. Hold on. Close your eyes for a second, okay? Close your eyes for a second. And just open your ears. What if I... System. Options. Footsteps would count as sound effect or ambient sound. That'd be silly. New person. Also, hold on. Speaking of settings, outfit change would be for everybody, right? Protagonist outfit? Oh. Ayaz is still Ayaz. So it's basically just Kujo then, who gets either a yellow coat or a black one. Black, gray. What'd you say again? How long you gotta keep me waiting? This person seems a bit ghostly. Delinquent girl. Maybe all these no-face people will never have anything useful to talk about.
これは
Killed by Hanako. We never got information on the first person. I assumed that Hanako was a victim. But I could be wrong. New notices? No new notices. Can we investigate the girls' toilet during the daytime? We cannot. Can you inspect? Okay, so we can have I inspect for us. Do we control her separately? No. It's just automatic inspection, found nothing. We can go to second floor now? We can finally go to the second floor. Crumpled paper in the gap between the doors. Warning, second floor corridor off limits. Oh. Also, I didn't realize that I was so tiny compared to him. That is literally a head taller. I'm pretty sure she's supposed to be an adult woman, just like early 20s. Anybody else we could talk to around here to get some more information? Tired-looking girl is ignoring us. Emergency exit we can't use. How about the third floor? Third floor is probably just more of the same. Also, what's at the end over here? Locked, but it won't tell me what's locked. More locked doors. No corridor exit that way. Look at this guy just strutting up. Patrolling the vicinity before school is over. He's in the disciplinary committee. Is that Team Rocket James? Oh, curtains drawn. What's behind here? Not something to be concerned about. Oh, that's gonna become very important later. There's gonna be like an anatomical model or something hidden behind it. Emergency exit. Well, that's everything in school then. Nothing left to do but to actually check out the music room. There. It fits with everybody else. You think this man could afford 2 jackets?
Yoshi.
That includes a portrait. Huh. Even people with names like Michiho can show up in the background as faceless people. Rival. Is she the occult girl for this game? Then does she know who the model might be? Suicide, that's more topics to talk about then. Hated Izumi. Are we gonna get dirt on Izumi now? Discuss topic. How to go to the toilet. Chapter 2, Hanako of the Toilet.
トイレの花子。
Chapter 2 start. Achievement. A ritual to summon spirits. Is that why people keep drawing like boobs and stuff on the bathroom wall? They're trying to summon a spirit? Turns out that's the missing key. You have to not believe in spirits to jinx yourself. Dun 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 dun. Girl in a red skirt That's not summoning a spirit. That's finding the Hanako we know, having just hung herself. The voice was still ringing in her ears. Departed's notice arrived and she disappeared. What did that make her the first victim then? Give her back her place in the marching band. She wants to play in the brass band. She wants to play piano. That sounds like the same Hanako to me. And 1 month after the events of Death March 1. Death Mark 1. Rubber hose has to be an awful way to do it. You can't really get a good knot with that. Rehearsing late into the night. Are they not bound by the curfew or by the prohibition against staying at school after school hours? Aya's good at piano. But we can't make her play. Storage room we could investigate. Is that a xylophone or a glockenspiel? Various large percussions. Timpani, xylophone, bass drum. Music textbooks and sheet music. Many technical books. Mold? Is there red mold in there? Smells something moldy. So I guess the various people that we saw on the floors might be the bandmates. But there was someone like... There were some in different classrooms. I have to go through every classroom again, won't I? At first I did it, just having fun looking around. Maybe they're in some other room. Maybe they're in the library. No. Maybe they're in the student council room. Just her. We haven't asked anybody about the model. Maybe they're in the infirmary. Diamond, are you here? No. I guess we're going room to room to room then. Since I haven't memorized where everybody is, you crazy? Oh, there they are. Huh? Loitering Girl A. Here, it's sinking. Loved playing piano, and the role was taken away from her. And then someone starts bullying her, saying she sucks, stop writing, or stop playing, annoying. Toshihiko easily replaced her, and she fucking killed herself. And all the bullying. The bullying's gotta be pretty harsh too. Man, this means more of the loiterers are going to be band members. I gotta go through every floor in every classroom. It's a simulation. Anybody in here? They're not gonna be in the bathrooms. I refuse to believe that they're going to be in the bathrooms. They're just gonna go hallways and classrooms. Ball girl is ignoring us. ABC, an empty classroom. Alright, just one more floor to go. Hey, Makazan, it's not quite 6 o'clock yet. Disciplinary committee. Team Rocket James. I feel like that's everybody. I don't think there was anybody else. Oh, no, there's a couple of guys. They've lost 2 pianists. One gets bullied into suicide, and the other gets avenged. Gets vengeance upon through ghosts to the first. Man, all that's just to confirm the bullying. Pretty solid job of gathering info. The shoe lockers are the first floor. Because school's over. No reason for me to not run? If there's ever a point where I'm being chased by a ghost, then maybe I should reduce to walking. They're trying to have some privacy, Matt. Talk by Hanako. We could eavesdrop then talk to him. It's not an either-or choice. Try secretly listening to the students' conversation. Yeah, eavesdrop. Suspensive act. Oh no. I should have saved first. Get closer to the students if I want to listen to their conversation. Without making them worry, Sendai. But teaming up also sounds good. I to the female students, us to the female students. Me alone to the female students. Character and execution rate. The execution rate may change depending on the character you choose to perform the action. Because Purinsu and his allies have different strengths and weaknesses. In some situations, you can't succeed if you choose the wrong character, even if they are able to perform the action. So, approaching the person who looks like a schoolgirl, dressed as a schoolgirl, approaching naturally, is very successful. If Purinsu went alone, even reading lips is a lower success rate. Teaming up with and approaching naturally is 93%. Reading lips is elevated to 80%, I guess because we're with another student. It's not as suspicious as being there staring at them. 92% to approach naturally. 93% if we're joined together as teacher and student just casually walking outside. Let's do it.
よし。
わかりました。
Success! Failure! Success is 93! Got it! Two notifications here. Oh, that's it. They stop talking or they wary of me. Different plan. It's not the right choice. So we got a success, but still failed because they were still wary of me. It was a higher percentage too, so higher percentage isn't always the best thing. So I alone, approaching naturally.
わかりました。
And then she'll listen in and report her findings. Man, chair is sinking a lot today. This is the right choice. I do like how it just straight up tells me that. Eyes keeping an ear over here. How can I get Ai to move over to the shoe lockers in a nonchalant way? Just, I don't know. Go to the next row over, but close enough to overhear him, as if you're getting your own shoes. Look around the shoe locker. Pretend to wait for a friend. Whistle. Pretend to wait for a friend.
行きますよ。
It's a lower success than just approaching. We haven't had failure yet. Failure! Yeah. Which is what pretending to wait for... Look at that! It's risen up to 99%! I think that's supposed to translate to us that this is the correct option. So maybe there is a sense of statistical probability that these aren't just, hey, this may or may not work, presented as a fake number. I think the numbers are real. I think we just took the 16% chance of failure.
わかりました。
They seemed wary of her because she walked up and pretended to look around for her friend, but she's still looking around for her friend, so they're just going to give up on that and just start their conversation anew. I can't believe we were actually screwed by the probability. I have to assume that if that's an actual risk of the game, that we're not going to get insta-fails for failing things. It's just down to how much we can manage our HP. Yeah, it's the right choice. That's the way I made it. Hanako Akaya's best friend, Moe? Naomi Horikoshi. NH. So Naomi was the one who was trying to erase the horrible graffiti that was bullying her friend. Horikoshi's crazy popular. Her grades, athleticism top notch. The model. The Departed wants Hanako to kill her best friend. So, her bully and then her best friend. The Departed is using Hanako to target people who had relations to her in her old life. The bully makes sense, but why go after the best friend then? Magazine model. So she was a model student, but she's also a literal model. Yeah. The student doing AV stuff on the side. Dear model, Hanako will kill you tonight. I'm watching, hiding in the school. To be, let's go there right away. After we go to the infirmary and top off our HP. Now we also got a new character file. Didn't we? Not one of these. It's in the spirit file then. No? We're getting more files unlocked. We don't have access to chapter 2 files yet for some reason. To the second floor we go. There's gonna be rumors if everyone's seeing this short student constantly following me around. Was it 2B?
Hi.
2B. I remembered. 2A, wrong one. I was one door too short. Literally the one right next over. The one who doesn't want to be spoken to? And now we know why she looks so tired. She's got her own portrait. And some big eyes.
何よ
Yeah, if we chat, we might get other topics first. Don't know a thing, huh? Let's bring up the bullying. Don't really? I think you do know. That's why we have your handkerchief with the NH on it. This didn't open anything else new. I thought maybe by touching on the twitted possibility she might open up about stuff. Stop her. Doesn't she know that Izumi just went missing? Students are literally disappearing. Whether or not there's ghosts, she's got reason to be a bit more careful. Did we fuck up the ending for this chapter by not just letting her go? Character file Naomi. Really popular looks. Excels in studies athletics. I don't know if we're gonna be able to save her. Mr. Diamond is waiting. We get to meet old best friend Diamond. What if we split up? She can go after Naomi, and we'll go meet Diamond. A skinny man in a white coat. Remember this dour guy? Shuji Diamond. Wow, we come back into his life and it's getting worse now. He can't afford to take a day off, but he could afford to double shift over at the school. Sho and Moe, those are the two kids, right? I think Moe was in... They were both in the first case, weren't they? The occult girl that follows for a bit, and the bratty rich kid, I think? Or was Sho the otaku? Spirit Doctor. That does make a Sadaka no Myoji. Spirit Doctor, Death Mark 2. The Uports article. Our after-school investigation is yes, the girl we know is bullied to death was in fact bullied to death. Though getting the name of her best friend is also... We got the name of her best friend and the fact that she's very likely the next victim. We should have brought out the handkerchief. Miss Sakamoto? Someone for the teacher's lounge? We got our two investigation partners now, Diamond and I. Diamond or I to stay behind. Well, to talk to the teacher, we'll bring the credentials of their school physician. When several people are willing to accompany, you can change your party members use the change option in the infirmary. May be able to inspect an investigation point you couldn't examine without them. Shuji.
大門修二、町医者だが、学校医も兼任しているよ。
Works temporarily as a school doctor. Always coughing because he's frail and neglects his health. Seven strength. But he's got the most intelligence, 10 over eyes. 20 dexterity. His old stethoscope gives him a +2. Even without it, he'd be amazing. And the weakest spiritual power.
さて、誰を連れて行こうか。
The cheerful idol or the chronically ill doctor?
承知した。
This is a cute menu. Well, let's go to the faculty lounge then. That's Sakamoto. Oh, I like her. Is that a bunny necklace? Ritsu Sakamoto, Curriculum Coordinator. She's even got a bunny watch. That's adorable. Prestigious high school, 7 years of history, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I've already played Kara no Sojo. I'm gonna pretend it's the exact same high school. Have Diamond step in. So many solutions are let somebody else fight my battle. Mr. Diplomacy, Suja. I mean, nobody asked her to train me, though. She takes one look at me, and thinks that instantly we have to get into the training program. It could wait. This is introductory times, Ritsu. So, Mr. Konoe said we're looking into the notices. And she's wasting our time with here's all the regulations. She doesn't believe. The missing kids, plural. Again, even if we discount anything supernatural, many students missing. We're at least 3 in now. 2 or 3, depending on if Hanako's the first or the second. They already have reached outside our ears, that's why I is here. We have so much to talk about. Hanako's bullying. What's the matter? People get bullied all the time. Ask her again when she feels like talking. Relationship troubles, according to the report. We already know about the bullying. Now she's willing to open up? Third floor restroom too. We never went to the 3rd floor. Red skirt with suspenders like the one grade schoolers wear. Why would she be wearing grade schooler skirts? Maybe she didn't commit suicide. Maybe she was forced into wearing it and then hanged. And then her best friend Naomi. Horikoshi, basically Akai's best friend, knew Akai was getting bullied, but turned a blind eye to it. This is why she's the next victim. The bully, the one who didn't try to stop the bullying, and then Naomi's ran off who knows where. If we're lucky, they'll be both in the student council room. They are president and vice president. Four-eyed geezer. Wow, rude. Lips are zipped. What if your school physician says you have to? Show my sincerity. Can't ask for Diamond's help when she's specifically pointing at me, and I probably can't ask for eyes either. Kneel down before her. We're going straight for the nuclear option. The classic response to it. Repulsed by my action. Give her money. Wow, contempt with the pay. But no contempt for having the teacher compliment her appearance. I think that's even more contemptible. Her accessories, her outfit, her hair color. I did notice the ladybug on her lapel and the butterfly in her ear. Compliment her earrings and pins. She doesn't care about that. Her hair color? The outfit doesn't really stand out except for like the one keeping her sleeve, her hand in her sleeve, I mean. Does she like that? She likes her hair. She likes compliments to her hair. I thought she'd be pleased that we've taken notice of her buggy interests. I mean, there's gotta be a reason that at least two of them are bugs, right? Isn't it mostly understood that physical appearance compliments are kind of cheap, whereas compliments that cater to someone's accomplishments or interests are taken as more sincere? But I guess she just wanted the four-eyed geezer to have something nice to say about her hair. Maybe she's used to everyone going, "How'd you dye it gray? Just dye it back to black and form back in." And she wants a teacher to give her some validation on it. Anax parthenope. Why do I feel like that's some kind of mantis? It's a dragonfly. The Lesser Emperor. Hey, he knows his dragonflies. Yeah, duh. That's why my first go was to compliment her bug stuff. Based on her bullying. Bullies plural. I thought it was just Izumi. If she's got more than one bully, then that's more victims to choose from. I don't think she hanged herself anymore. So Izumi was bullying her because he wanted her spot in the piano. Naomi's fans were bullying her because she brought down Naomi's value. And of course Naomi wasn't going to go against her fans, was she? Things change between them. Showing my sincerity since you showed me yours. So sincerity for her is you compliment me, I compliment you. She also refers to herself in the third person, so I guess she is supposed to be more of the immature type. Hence, the bugs, the hand in her sleeve. Look like Ai Kashiwagi from Love He? No, that's just a coincidence! My assistant? A friend I can rely on? What do you think? A parent and child, ouch! I should have brought Ai with me before we came back here. And see how the conversation would have changed when she could ask her directly. Now I kind of regret not bringing her over first. So what now? As much as we can before night falls. Talk to the students some more. We didn't talk to the other girl.
そういえば
わかりました。
It's a bit late. We'll change her out. There, see? We have Ai right here. Nothing. So then where is the other one gonna be? Library? Is Miss Student Council President being studious? No. I'm not gonna hunt her down. She better be at her shoe locker. Like I said, I'm not hunting her. Horikoshi and the music group? Okay. Basically murdered her too indirectly. Himeko is opening herself up as being a target. Is that why she's gone there now? To reminisce? To grieve? What about him back? In the supply closet. There's one more room beyond.
これは
She's not hiding behind the portrait. Is she inside the piano seat? She's not in here either? No, there she is. She's gonna pop up pretty soon, yeah? There she is. I don't like that face she's making. That's the kind of face where she's either going to scream really loud, even knowing that we're not here for that, or she's going to pull a knife out on us. Suspensive that. Oh, I didn't save either. Maybe I should have brought Diamond after all. Maybe we should have listened to some authority. During suspensive acts, actions can be performed by the protagonist, his companion, or both. Clearly, this is telling me to use the companion as a team. There's times that the protagonist is the only one who could execute an action. There isn't any suspensive act that requires you to be accompanied by a specific character to get a positive outcome. Alright, so straight up telling me that I don't need a specific partners, but sometimes having a partner helps. However, character strength and weaknesses may affect the execution rate for each action, which may make the suspensive act more difficult. So I guess her stats actually matter, since it's probabilistic. Execution rate of the characters waiting in the infirmary can be seen to the character selection area. Better to check which character has a better execution rate before deciding who should accompany me. Really? Oh, it shows us right there. Dirty Handkerchief. 71% if together with partner we show the handkerchief. So, Diamond isn't that great an option after all. Low percent if it's us showing her the handkerchief. Hey look, it's your dirty handkerchief that smells like chemicals. You stole my dirty handkerchief when you're trying to chloroform me, Kuso! Hentai! 93% if I alone shows a handkerchief. %87% if I and me together show the handkerchief. I alone, 93%. Clearly, she hates me. I will defuse the situation. Oh, that's why she's searching around in here, huh? Just angered her. Different way to approach her. This isn't the right choice. Man. "54% ask if she lost anything. Ask if she lost anything, 88. Team up with I, 82% ask if she lost anything. Diamond is a no-go. She either doesn't like teachers or she doesn't like men. "88%. You lose anything?" Maybe we just have to do the handkerchief together. I could be like, "This is yours, right?" And then I could be like, "I found this in the bathroom in the old building." We're getting successes on these 80s. So we can't just show it to her. But if we're like, "Hey, did you lose anything? We found this. We were given this. This is the right choice." It's got her initials on it. How many NHs? It was a clean handkerchief, small smell, strong smell, embroidered with the NH. Diamond has 2/3 chance success. Teaming up with them even better. Team up with I. 92s. It was embroidered with NH.
Yoshi.
Teamwork! Or I'm sure the characters are her name in Japanese. This was the right choice. We survived the encounter with trying to interrogate a high school girl. Oh, I pressed X by accident. Apparently that puts the text away. Puts the UI away so you can just see the art. Tread carefully, don't piss her off. We'll start with the chat. Alright, we'll talk about her first. Student 24, Class 2B. She enjoys karaoke? You think she can belt out some Weird Al? And then she's got to go weird with it, but you know, she's a high schooler doing magazine modeling. I'm sure she's used to scuzziness. Hanako was quiet, adorable, girly. Is that why she was forced into elementary school skirts? She really hated milk. We're just showing our sincerity, Naomi. Izumi and his female lackey. So, Izumi has a female friend, or I should say had since he's dead. And the brass band club members also. Yeah, cause... they don't know that he's gone missing. The fragile eagles, the fragile man. They. They? Don't tell me the entire brass band had ganged up on her at once. Forced her to drink milk even. Poor gal. I don't think she committed suicide. I think she was hung. Underling went missing. So Hanako wasn't the first person killed by the Departed then. I don't think that Hanako was killed by the Departed at all. My understanding is shifted. Hanako was killed by her classmates. There was a prior victim, Ribbon, the first notice called her, whoever Ribbon was, and then the pianist, and now the model. Always wore flashy red ribbons. There's more of that red for Rempi's connections. And then model next. Uh-huh. Nothing else there. Nothing showed up. So she tried writing something. And then... Is that why she erased it then? She tried writing something and then she erased it. I thought that she was erasing the bullying notes. She wasn't even doing that much for her. Well, odds are she's going to meet very soon. She's already got something she wants to tell her. Would be. We lost her dirty handkerchief. Let's stop here. Well, folks, you heard it. Let's stop here then. We probably should pretty soon. I gotta make myself some dinner. Should we tell her that Izumi's gone missing? Ribbon has gone missing, Izumi's gone missing. Every single time a victim has been named, they've disappeared. You knocked Dai over! I would say, maybe if you brought Diamond, but he's so frail he would have fallen over even easier. Ai has really maxed physical strength stats. Toshihiko Izumi is finally added to the character file. Notice from model added to the spirit file. New notice from the departed arrived. Murder's named the same. The murderer named is the same. The target is a model. Hanako will appear if you write her name on the wall of the toilet stall, then she'll kill you. It is imperative to learn who the model is. It's Horikoshi. Best friends with Hanako. Izumi bullying Hanako in the girls' restroom in the old building before suicide. Severely bullied by Izumi, and in the end led to her suicide, but Izumi's death should have given her the revenge she desired. So why is Horikoshi now her target? There's still more to learn. There should be nothing new here, but I'll look around just in case whatever she was looking for has shown up. The something moldy smell. Investigate it. That could be important. Horikoshi was rummaging through this earlier. An open key box. Except for, said most of, there's a key missing. Great.
報告です。
I ask her what to do next, and all she says is, what should we do next? Go back to the infirmary, plan out what we're gonna do? That sounds good to me, because this sounds like a pretty decent place to stop for the night, too. Just ran down the hallway. not out here? I'd worry for whoever's being kept waiting, or who's keeping her waiting, but it's very clear who the next victim is. I don't think we could get anything else out of her. Anything new, at least. I think the topics that we have asked about are as much as we're gonna get, with possibly nothing changing within the topics. Investigation to begin at night. Reconvene with the member I left behind. Get ready for tonight. Who should we bring tomorrow? Well, I say tomorrow. Who should I bring in the evening? I feel like I is still a strong option. Because we're going to be roaming around and investigating. And if Naomi's going to be involved tonight, I seems to be pretty good at disarming her. Let's make a save first. Sometimes I do the talk, and it doesn't give me the save after because it advances. Spirits appear when the sun sets. So what have we got? A knock on the door. Mister! Hey! Is she officially writing for Oops Arts now? Oops Arts? Oop Arts? Moe Watanabe? We have all these other new characters. Even Izumi's got a place here now.
Sakamoto Ritsu と申します。男ってほんとキモい。下心が見え見えです。
We have all these new characters, but then all these old characters are coming back in too. We're not gonna have room for the new characters to be companions for long then. She's still a student. But that's not getting in the way of her writing about the occult, apparently. Working as an editor for an occult magazine, not just contributing. The Spirit Doctor's new mission. She came up with the name too. Spirit Doctor. What would it be in Japanese? Is he just Spirit Sensei? For a little bit of alliteration? Oh, she's brought Pringles! Naomi's not telling us everything. She's a target now, also. I don't think it's anything... I don't think it's just her passiveness. It's gotta be more than that. They had a falling out, even. Her innocence. Her best friend? Hanako to target the model to get her best friend back? Should we fail to solve the mystery and cleanse the rest of her resentment? Cleanse her of her resentment. Horikoshi will die. So, and now it's nightfall. The first victim we can't do anything about. But it's from here on out in Hanako's chapter that we might get the chance to cleanse. Diamond has work to do, so he can't join us in this investigation. And so our options are a college-age idol or a high school editor. Homeroom teacher to check if Horikoshi made it home safely. He hasn't returned. But you have, what's up?
Walked in the door and saw this.
Aww, cute.
Hello, just
Uh-huh.
staring at this. Also, no for now.
Everyone is being drawn to the old building. Maybe she's been hearing the voice in her ear too. Izumi did. To erase the graffiti. To play the piano. She wants to meet Hanako even if it kills her. She's got some apology she wants to say because she did something a lot more than just ignore her. The reason she had the key. Either it's the key that every one of these shitty little kids have been using to sneak into the locked building. Or there's something more special that Naomi wants to bring to Hanako. We should have asked her, do you want to meet her? Do you believe that you have a chance to say anything to her? I mean, she said she wanted to say something to her, but I'm sure we could have used it as an opening, is what I mean. Instead of, you can't be here, we gotta protect you, we gotta protect you. I suppose it can't just be, do you need help? We're a spirit exorcist, we're a professional with spirits. Then we'd be even more bizarre to her. She wouldn't believe that either. As much as he wants to investigate, be careful because it's dangerous. Support in a different... So Moe doesn't get to be one of our partners. Sacred objects? Yasuoka-sama coming through. What is she giving me? Are these just ways to improve my HP? Are these just potions? By having them with me, I'll have better luck. But before I could use them, I have to collect items with spiritual power. Lost souls. Is there a collection element to this game? Like how in Paranormal Site, we had to find the stickers of the bird punks? Cursed places or spots that aren't spiritually stable. I have to search the entire school. Acquiring lost souls and sacred objects. Lost souls can be found by exploring the school and its surroundings. We'll be able to actually leave the corridor and building soon enough. Sacred objects can be obtained through the trade option in the infirmary. Moe is our shop now. We have the ability to increase my spiritual state. Humans have spiritual state. It'll grow if I come in contact with these lost souls. Level... There's an actual level up mechanic. It's not just for show. It's not just a measure of how many ghosts I go through. Putintsu and other spiritual status can be leveled up after you've obtained a certain amount of lost souls. By leveling up, your maximum spirit will increase. Well, now we gotta find them. Collect lost souls. My spiritual state would increase, and I could obtain sacred objects. Being prepared for anything that might happen during the exploration is crucial. So I guess it does open up from here then. Inspect as many areas as possible and find those lost souls. Leveling up and acquiring lost souls will help you out during your investigation. Gather lost souls while exploring. Alright. Moe Watanabe added.
私は渡辺萌え。オカルト雑誌のライター見習い。よろしく。
Works part-time for Uparts Monthly. And yet she's editor, she said. Spiritual power 12, 9, 6. 6 is so far down. Let's see the trade menu. What have we got? A certain number of lost souls are required to obtain a sacred objects. They'll help players reduce damage or gain advantages during suspensive acts. Reduce damage. If I pick a wrong option or if I'm exploring an option, that gives us more leeway. Or if we just get really unlucky and an 88% chance success turns into a 12% chance of failure manifesting. But advantages sound super interesting. I don't know if that's more options that are better options, or if that just raises my percentages, but both sound really cool.
何でも聞いてね。頑張ってね。
Oh, I pressed B
何で
again.
も聞いてね。
Tenru Shrine Guardian, 2 lost souls. Darumagore, 2 lost souls. Lucky Rabbit Pouch. Bag Enhancement. Reduce 1 damage from suspensive acts and events. Reduce 1 action cost, which is also less HP loss. Success rate during suspensive acts increases 10%. My dudes, the probability isn't for show. Even if I have the right character, with the right item, choose the correct action, I still might fail because of the probability. So this is good. If this turns an 88% into a 98%, that's a whole 1/10 chance of losing that eliminates. Hey, Chillin' Chum. And if something's the correct answer, but it's only at 72%, 82% is a whole lot better. Enhance the bag spiritually. Lost souls can be used to imbue the bag with spiritual effects. It isn't that effective. It's better to prioritize utilizing lost souls on sacred objects. Increases Putintsu's success rate during suspensive acts by 2%. So right now, it increases it by 1. So, say, if something has an 87% chance to succeed, it'll be 88. It's better, but it's not by a lot. Turning 87 to 89 isn't a big difference. You had your job interview, Chillin' Chum. You got a step closer to finishing your disability application. Congratulations on both counts. And Crosscode yesterday played more today? I don't know too much of Crosscode, but I think I've seen it around. Lost Soul status. Number of lost souls, 0. It tells you straight up. Number of lost souls left in the chapter, 8. There are 8 lost souls in this chapter. We have to hunt them all down now. Look at this. 2, 4, 6, 8. I thought that this is a minuscule amount of upgrades. That can't be everything. So I assumed that these are how many are available in this chapter. If there are 8 total in the chapter, that just confirms it.
頑張ってね。
But now that the game is opened up to us and we have more things to look for. Sorry, folks. Sorry, Chillin' Chum. But I am going to have to call it here for tonight. Five hours and 42 of stream. We've gotten into the introductory part of the game. We've met our new wife, apparently. Met some new and old characters, and now we understand the mystery of this school. Hanako was introduced in the prior chapter, and this is chapter 2, Hanako. So, with luck, we'll exorcise her tonight, or purify her tonight. I say tonight, in this in-game night. And then maybe the departed will have a different ghost to throw at us. This school seems to be where all the action's going to happen. I kind of figured that this game might give us 3, maybe 4 days tops, if the pacing is similar to other Spirit Hunter games, in which the slowness is the initial read-through the first time through, where you're absorbing the information, but otherwise it's a VN. You can get through a VN pretty quickly, even if it's a ghostly investigative VN. But there's a handful of lost souls to find per chapter to improve your stats and chance of survival. And of course, there's entering a brand new mystery, and so having to find the relevant information and relevant tools to not just survive, but to get a good outcome. This might take us a good bit, especially for hunting around trying to find stuff to do. Well, find stuff to do to find these lost souls at least. For now, I think I am going to toss you guys on over to Macaw, who's playing some very spooky Marvel beat-em-up adventures. So you guys stick around for the raid while I go make myself some dinner. Thank you all for hanging out. I'll catch you guys next time. It's gonna be more Deathmark. If I had some proper audio editing tools, how fun would it be to put some distortion to this? The only audio filters I have: 3-band equalizer, compressor, expander, gain, inverted polarity. Inverted polarity, how does that sound? Oh, doesn't do anything. Ah, well.